you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces, salute their gallantry, stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
Out you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
All right, good morning, everyone, again, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy. I am Nancy Naji. As Nigeria quietly begins its march towards the 2027 general elections, and at a first glance, a voter sentiment report may look like a political story. But for investors, business, policymakers and markets, it is much more than that. How Nigerians may vote in 2027 could shape the future direction of economic reforms, fiscal policy, investment flows, and business confidence, and even the stability of financial markets. Elections don't just determine who occupies the office, they often determine the policy environment in which businesses operate and investors make long-term decisions. And that is why this morning we're examining a new report by SBM Intelligence titled How Nigeria May Vote, an early look at the mood of the electorate, the issues driving public opinion, and what they may signal for the country's political and economic future. Are Nigerians prepared to reward reforms or reject them? Is economic hardship reshaping voter preferences? And what does all this mean for government policy, business strategy, and investment decisions heading towards 2027? Joining me shortly is Ikemesit Effiong, Managing Partner at SBM Intelligence. And don't forget to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to the Moneyline with Nancy TV YouTube channel for more exclusive interviews, market insights, and economic analysis. So let's quickly move into the headlines this morning, into the news, and let's tell you first that Nigeria's solid mineral sector has attracted about $3 billion in investment over the past 3 years. Speaking through the managing director of the Nigeria Solid Minerals Company, Martins Imotine, the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, said the investments cover lithium, gold, and other strategic minerals. He attributed the inflow to ongoing reforms and growing investors' confidence in the sector. The federal government has dismissed a report suggesting it plans to introduce new taxes on telecom services and petroleum products. In a statement signed by the head of Information and Public Relations at the Ministry of Finance, the government said the report misrepresented recommendations in the IMF's Article 4 consultation report on Nigeria. It maintained that any tax policy changes would follow due legislative and constitutional processes. The Central Bank of Nigeria says the country's current account surplus rose to $4.98 billion in the first quarter of 2026. According to the bank's balance of payments report, the surplus was driven by higher export earnings and lower imports. Crude oil, gas, and refined petroleum product export posted strong gains, while imports of refined petroleum products declined sharply, strengthening Nigeria's external position. The chief executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Orishemewa Eyesan, says Nigeria can achieve crude oil production of 1.9 million barrels per day in the near term. Speaking during a meeting with Nigeria Revenue Service Chairman Zak Adedeji, Eyesan said output peaked at 1.86 million barrels daily in May, reflecting the impact of industry reforms and stakeholder collaboration. The federal government has directed all ministries, departments, and agencies to stop deducting 1% stamp duty from payments to contractors, vendors, and service providers. In a circular signed by the Accountant General of the Federation, Samsudeen Ogujimi, the government said the Nigeria Tax Act 2025 imposes stamp duty on chargeable instruments, not payment transactions. MDAs have been ordered to comply immediately with the new provision. All right, let's take this report. The increase, of course, in fuel prices has had a significant impact on transportation costs across the country. As transport fares rises, many commuters and businesses are struggling to cope with the added financial burden. Moneyline with Nancy team examines how high fuel prices are affecting transportation and the daily lives of Nigerians.
Role in transportation, and any increase in its price directly affects the movement of people and goods. In recent times, the steady rise in petrol prices has led to a significant increase in transportation costs, placing a heavy burden on individuals and businesses. This situation has been worsened by both local and global factors, including economic policies and international conflicts, such as the ongoing conflict involving Iran and the United States, which has contributed to instability in global oil markets, further driving up fuel prices. As of April 2026, Nigeria is experiencing a serious transportation crisis, with fares rising by more than 50 to 100% after petrol prices climbed above 1,300 naira per litre. The increase in petrol prices can be linked to several factors. Locally, government decisions such as the removal of fuel subsidies have caused a sharp rise in petrol prices. Internationally, conflicts and tensions in oil-producing regions, including the situation between Iran and the United States, have disrupted supply chains and created uncertainty in the global oil market. These developments often lead to higher crude oil prices, which has direct impact on the cost of petrol, such as food, healthcare, and housing. The cost of transporting goods has increased, leading to higher prices of commodities in the markets. Nigerians confess that the current hike in petrol prices has affected not only them personally but also their businesses. They say that the difference between their transport expense of last year and this first quarter is very high, stating that the amount of transport has doubled. They also believe that once the petrol price comes down, transportation fare will go back to normal.
It has affected me, it has affected my business. Let me say, late last year, I had an estimate of everything I spent on transportation and all of that. And considering the amount I used in transport last year to what I have used in the first quarter of this year, it's not friendly at all. Some, you just see them, Oga, now 400, now 400. They are not being fair. But you cannot judge them. Do you understand? You cannot judge them because how much are they buying this fuel?
Some say that the increase in price came as a surprise. At a time, people were not prepared for it, saying that what they pay for transport out of what they earn is unbearable. They also stated that they do not believe that the transport workers are being fair with the price increase, saying that whenever they make an increment in price, they never bring it down.
The current hike in fuel price and transportation has affected my own daily expenses because when you look at it, the increase came at a surprise at a time that one is not prepared. Looking at what one is earning and what you have to spend within that period is actually very unbearable. I want to be frank with you. The transport workers are always not fair. Anytime the transport workers make an increment on the fare, they will never come down, even when the pump price will go down.
Some say that sometimes when their transport budget is not enough, to cope, they cut the journey by trekking a certain distance before boarding a vehicle, saying they do not really blame drivers for the hike in transport fare.
Sometimes you're going somewhere and then looking at your budget, it's too, the money with you probably is not enough. You have to want to cut the journey, probably trek to a short distance before you now board a vehicle to complete your journey. So, and all these things are due to the cost of increments of the fuel.
The current price is skyrocketing now, so everywhere. So a place where I'm paying like 1,000 naira, I spend 1,500 naira. For example, in my office, I paid 2,000 naira. Now I'm paying 3,000 naira. I have to come a queue waiting for motor. For example, this Air5 bus, we have to wait for him till when he comes.
The increase in petrol prices has led to a significant rise in transport costs, affecting both individuals and the economy as a whole. It has placed additional financial pressure on citizens and contributed to the rising cost of living. Addressing this issue requires thoughtful government policies, investments in alternative energy sources, and improvements in public transportation systems. Only through collective effort can the negative impact of rising petrol prices on transportation be reduced.
All right, let's begin with the markets this morning, but we'll take you through how the market shaped up yesterday, where investors are navigating a complex mix of domestic liquidity conditions, higher fixed income yields, global central bank decisions, and a geopolitical breakthrough in the Middle East. But we'll begin from home. As you can see here on the screen, our financial system remained flush with cash, opening the session with more than 5 trillion naira in liquidity. Despite this abundance of funds, money market rates remained elevated, with the open buyback rate holding steady at about 22%, and overnight funding costs remaining above 22%. The real story, however, unfolded in the Treasury bills market. The Debt Management Office offered 1 trillion naira across standard tenors, but demand fell short of expectations. While investors subscribed about 1.86 trillion naira, allotment came in lower at about 1.45 trillion naira. But more importantly, we saw that stop rates moved sharply higher across all tenors. The 364-day bill jumped almost 1 full percentage point to 17.34%, as you can see on your screen. And what does this tell us? That investors are demanding higher returns to hold government securities, and it is a signal that the market believes that interest rates could remain elevated for longer, particularly as authorities continue to battle inflation. And that repricing spilled into the bond market. The benchmark 2032 bond weakened as investors reassess longer-dated debt in light of attractive yields now available in the shorter-dated Treasury bills. For bond yields, we saw them moving higher. As you can see here, bond yields rise as supply concerns persist, reflecting ongoing concerns about future government borrowing requirements and supply pressures. In the currency market, the Naira recorded a modest depreciation at the official window, closing at 1,360 naira 7 kobo to the dollar. While the move was relatively small, it underscores the continued sensitivity of the foreign exchange market to capital flows, investor sentiment, as well as global developments. But on the equities front, the all-share index fell, shedding about 49 basis points as investors took profits in some large cap names. We saw the market capitalization easing to 154 trillion naira. However, the decline in the index did not tell the full story because trading activity on Wednesday still remained robust. Volumes rose nearly 24%, while the value of transactions approached 40 billion naira, suggesting that investors are still actively repositioning rather than exiting the market. Access Corp, Jaiz Bank, Sterling Financial Holdings dominated volume trade, while MTN Nigeria, Aradel, and Geregu accounted for the largest value of transactions. Now, let's move globally because attention remained fixed on the evolving U.S.-Iran peace process. I spoke about it yesterday on the program, Tracking the International Developments. President Donald Trump and Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian signed a memorandum of understanding aimed at ending hostilities, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and at addressing long-standing nuclear issues. The development, of course, sent a powerful signal through global markets, and oil prices fell sharply as investors began to price in the possibility of additional supply entering the market and reduced geopolitical risk. With that, Brent crude dropped below $78 per barrel, while the International Energy Agency has warned of a potential supply glut next year. For Nigeria, like I discussed yesterday on the show, it's a double-edged sword. Lower oil prices could help moderate global inflation, but they may also reduce government revenues if the trends persist. But at the end of the day, we also need to hear from our authorities how much we've made from the windfall, at least in the last few months since February, that oil prices have exceeded our budget benchmark. Now, let's move to gold. Gold rebounded strongly as investors continue to seek hedges against uncertainty, even as energy prices decline. On the central bank front, the U.S. Federal Reserve left interest rates unchanged. The Swiss National Bank, I did tell you yesterday that we're tracking central banks across the world this week. The Swiss National Bank, that's the SNB, that's the Central Bank of Switzerland. It kept its policy rate at 0%. And with that, we saw that Asian markets were mixed in early trade this morning, but record highs in Japan's Nikkei and South Korea's Kospi, just as you see right here on the screen. And those indices reflected continued investors' appetite for technology and growth stocks. So as we look ahead, because the markets have started trading again today, both here in Nigeria, across Africa, and the rest of the world, except for like Asia, that we're trading in while we're still sleeping early in the morning. But investors will be watching the Fed, the evolution, of course, of the U.S.-Iran agreements, all market dynamics, and whether higher domestic yields continue to draw capital away from risk assets. So that's the story this morning so far, because the market is alive. The market is a living thing. It goes up and down. So we're seeing a market balancing liquidity, yields, geopolitics, and most importantly, there's opportunity in all of this that we're seeing. Are you sitting by and not taking the opportunity? So that is it. So what you're seeing on the screen is just a summary of what I have said. If the director can put it just on the screen so that our viewers can take a look at the summary of what I've said. So that's just it. All the English I've been speaking for the last few minutes, this is just a summary of it. The Nigerian markets there, Nigerian markets, of course, talking about equities, then what's happening, global markets, U.S.-Iran trade, the U.S.-Iran deal signed, and what we are hoping to see moving forward. All right, let's take a break, and when we return, we'll continue with the rest of the program this day.
Out you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
Abuja Investments Company Limited presents the Abuja Business and Investment Expo 3.0. More than an expo, it's the ultimate gateway to Africa's booming markets, powered by AICL, driving growth across the Federal Capital Territory and beyond. Theme: Building Nigeria's capital, investment as a catalyst for economic growth. Connect with industry leaders through keynote panels, workshops, and networking sessions. Keynote speaker, Dr. Emomotimi John Agama, DG Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. Date: August 5th to 7, 2026. Time: 10 a.m. daily. Venue: Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center, Abuja. Accreditation: August 4th at the same venue. For inquiries and WhatsApp: 091-3500-1059. Email: abis@abujainvestments.com. ABIE 2026, brought to you by AICL. Trailing the blaze, setting the pace, driving the future.
Information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is the need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
All right, welcome back. Before we turn to our discussion on Nigeria's political landscape ahead of 2027, I will want to take you to an important development that could quietly transform the way Nigerians pay, save, transfer money, and conduct business over the next few years. I know I talked about it a few days ago, but I needed to bring it back again for emphasis. The Central Bank of Nigeria recently unveiled its Payments System Vision 2028, or the PSV 2028, a strategic roadmap designed to modernize the nation's payment ecosystem, expand financial inclusion, deepen financial innovation, strengthen cybersecurity, and position Nigeria as a leading payment and settlement hub in Africa. The framework seeks to deliver faster payments, greater interoperability between banks and fintechs, more efficient cross-border transactions, stronger consumer protection, and the integration of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, open banking, digital assets, and central bank digital currencies. To help you understand why the future of payments in Nigeria is about to change, let me first bring you excerpt from the speech from the Deputy Governor, Corporate Services Directorate of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi. And immediately after that, I'll be bringing you remarks from the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, as he outlines the CBN's vision for a modern, secure, and globally competitive payment ecosystem, so that when it starts happening, you are not taken by surprise. So take a listen.
This morning, I would like to highlight how the 5 strategic themes underpinning PSV 2028 collectively support this vision and why their successful implementation matters for Nigeria's economy. Theme 1 is on infrastructure, interconnectivity, and interoperability. This is the foundation. At its core, this theme answers a simple question. Can money move seamlessly, reliably, and at a scale across the Nigerian economy? The key priorities on this theme include modernizing national payment infrastructure, achieving full interoperability across banks, fintechs, and payment service providers, deploying open APIs and ISO 2022 standards, and scaling real-time payments and integrated identity frameworks. Beyond technology, this theme builds the digital rails of the economy, ensuring that every other ambition in PSV 2028 has a system capable of delivering it. Efficient payment infrastructure lowers transaction costs, improves business productivity, and enables firms of all sizes to participate competitively in the digital economy. By eliminating friction in the movement of money, we establish the baseline for broader economic transformation. Theme 2 deals with digital financial inclusion, consumer protection, and financial literacy. If infrastructure, which is the first theme, addresses the question of how can money move, this second theme goes further to ask who benefits from the movement and how much confidence do they have in using it. The key priorities on this theme include expanding access through agents, mobile platforms, and interoperable services, strengthening consumer protection frameworks and redress systems, scaling financial literacy nationwide, and delivering inclusive products for youth, women, MSMEs, and rural users. The expected outcomes on this theme are a shift from access to usage, from strong consumer trust in digital channels, reduced exclusion across gender and geography, and a more resilient and participatory economy. Financial inclusion is an economic growth strategy. Bringing unbanked individuals and informal MSMEs into the formal financial net deepens national liquidity, expands the tax base, and connects small businesses to new markets and credit opportunities.
Our progress has often set the pace on the continent and in several respects compares favorably with leading global markets. While this progress has not always been fully reflected in global narratives, its impact on economic activity, financial inclusion, and system resilience is evidenced across our economy. And this is a very important point. And I think it was caught by a number of the presentations, that yes, we can indeed beat our chests, and I doff my hats to the growth in fintechs and the several unicorns that we have who carry our flag on the African continent. But while this progress has not always been fully reflected in global narratives, and that's something we have to do something about. It is not enough, and I think MD Nibs said it very passionately, it is enablers for inclusion and critical infrastructure for economic growth. For Nigeria, efficient payment systems reduce the cost of doing business, improve productivity, strengthen transparency, support trade, and broaden participation in economic activity. In a modern economy, payment infrastructure is not simply a financial utility, it is a strategic asset. It is a strategic national asset. And that is why PSV 2028 matters. It is designed to ensure that Nigeria's payment ecosystem remains secure, resilient, inclusive, and globally competitive while supporting our broader economic aspirations. In other words, these go hand in hand. Payment system and economic aspirations go hand in hand. PSB 2028 is also an important component of the broader reform agenda that the central bank has pursued since 2023. By strengthening the efficiency, resilience, and international connectivity of our payments ecosystem, this vision will support ongoing efforts to stabilize the economy, facilitate trade and remittance flows, deepen investor confidence, and contribute to improvements in Nigeria's external and balance and payments position over time. As has been outlined, PSB 2028 provides a comprehensive framework for strengthening infrastructure, expanding inclusion, supporting innovation, enhancing resilience, and deepening integration with regional and global payment systems.
Every 4 years, Nigeria holds an election, but the real campaign, the one that shapes who shows up, who stays at home, and who actually wins, begins, of course, months ahead of the election. And now, of course, in 2026. Hunger is biting, insecurity spreading, and the opposition coalition that once looked like a juggernaut has fractured We've seen a lot of people forming different parties, and the political ground are shifting beneath everyone's feet. SBM Intelligence has done something. They have gone into the field, 829 respondents across all 6 geopolitical zones, and they have come back with data that should worry perhaps the presidency and electrify the opposition. President Tinubu enters the 2027 race with a net favorability of negative 58.5. Peter Obi sits at positive 58.3, the only major candidates in positive territory. But here's what makes this fascinating. Favorability is not the same as victory. Turnout will decide this election. This is still Money Line with Nancy. In case you're still wondering, this is where money, policy, and power intersect. Ikema Sits F. Young, managing partner at XBM Intelligence, joins me now to break down the voter sentiment tracker, perhaps zone by zone and the number by number. Hello, Ikema Sits. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Nancy. Thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
Yes, good morning. Ikema Sits, 829 respondents, is that enough? Why didn't you all get more? 829 respondents in terms of methodology?
Yeah, so what we did is we deployed what's called in statistics a statistic approach. So we calibrated our respondents pool to be reflective of the overall demographic profile of the states in which we collected the data in, right? And also our bias towards this, towards putting together this study, right, was to poll likely voters. Now, typically, larger respondent pools and data sets, right, would obviously offer a higher degree of confidence, but within a margin of error between 5 to 10%, we believe that this represents a relatively good snapshot of the broad category of likely Nigerian voters and also how they are thinking, at least at this early stage, about the state of the country and also about their views heading into the elections.
Okay, Ikema said, if I'm looking at your survey, definitely, and if we take a look at what you guys have done concerning this survey, let me just bring it out very quickly so that I can go ahead. Okay, good. What's the most surprising finding from this data? Just tell me first.
Okay, so two things come to mind. I think first is the finding in our report that 8% of Nigerians think that the country is headed in the wrong direction. Now, that may not on the face of it sound altogether surprising, right? If you consult anecdotal experience, you're sampling the opinions and the perspectives of your family or friends, right, about how they feel about the economy, how they feel about, the security of their lives and properties and the likes. But I think the overall surprising indicator was just the overwhelming quantum of negative sentiments towards towards what the current state of the country is and how the country is being run. So I think that's the first finding, which gave us a little bit of a pause. I think the second also is the fact, again, maybe not altogether surprising, but again, just in terms of the share volume, the fact that a plurality of Nigerians list insecurity as their primary concern, right? So our report says that 45% of respondents said that insecurity was their chief concern. If you combine the economy and insecurity, right, as a bucket, then that number is 4%. But if you look at the broader insecurity pool, something like 79% of our respondents say that insecurity is at least a primary or a shared primary concern. And I think again that speaks to the sheer volume of feeling, right, in the minds of the electorate, right, about what they think about the current state of the country. The president's net favorability rating, again, maybe in terms of the depth of negativity, that was also a little bit of a surprise. But usually incumbents this late in a governing cycle, they have taken some hits. They definitely would be marked down by the stars of governance, right? And so the fact that the president's net favorability rating is in negative territory is not altogether surprising. It's just the quantum and the depth of it, I suppose, which again was a key learning for us.
Ikamesit, if elections were to hold today, would Nigerians be voting primarily for on economic performance, or would they be voting for identity, politics, or even security concerns? What would they be voting for primarily?
That's a very good question, right? So I think what the data suggests right now is that Nigerians are primarily concerned about their security, and they are also anxious about the current state of the economy. Now, whether these are the issues, right, which Nigerians will take to the ballot box remains, right, to be seen. Nigerians can tell statisticians and pollsters one thing, right, but then when they are in that voting booth, there are several other things, right, and that will come to play in another conversation that I had on another platform. Christian was supposed to be about, sort of what the current odds in betting market are, right, as to who is likely to win. And the president, I think, has a 70% chance, right, of securing a re-election. And the point that I made was that factors in a number of other factors: the power of incumbency, the eventual strength of the opposition much closer, right, to the elections. And it's worth noting that we collected this data in late March and April, right, of this year. So there are things that have already happened on the economy, on the security front, right, that probably means that if we're collecting this data right now, the thinking of Nigerians would probably be somewhat different. So it's a very long time between now and election day. Right now, though, the elections are happening now. Our answer is just looking at the data, right, would be that the ruling administration should be really concerned about, what Nigerians really think about it, and not just dismiss this as just statistics that has no bearing with reality.
If we take a look at data, the United Nations, for instance, have said that 35 million Nigerians will face acute hunger. We have over 150 million Nigerians that are extremely poor in this country. Just a few days ago, we saw a retired general killed by terrorists, the wife shot, and of course rescued. Why I'm bringing this point is that at what point does existential economic pain and the realities we have right now in Nigeria actually suppress voter turnout, like your report has said, and channel it into ballot box? Or does the data also show any evidence of voter fatigue or apathy? Or we have been so, how will I put it now? We've been so enveloped, we've been so embraced with the economic realities and realities around insecurity and all of that, that would not be sufficient enough for us to go to the ballot. I hope you understand what I'm saying, to effect a change. Or that would be like couch Nigerians said, there's really nothing we can do. It done bad. Nothing will change. So let's stay. I hope you understand the technicality of what I'm asking.
Yeah, so I'll try and take a stab at that. One of the things that we tried to do was to measure voter intent and measure that by geopolitical zone. I think that would be the key thing that the likely turnout scenario will hinge upon. And the general sentiment is that, it's a mixed picture, right? So by geopolitical zone, the southeast, the south-south, the northeast, and also the north-central geopolitical zones, right, expressed the highest levels, right, of voter intent. And in those geopolitical zones, right, at least on the current data projections that we're looking at, the current administration isn't doing very well. Even in the president's home geopolitical zone, right, the southwest, only 45% of respondents, okay, so we have something like 45% of respondents said they are likely to vote for the opposition, right, and for the ruling administration. That commensurate figures 22%. One other thing that we also tracked was PVC collection rates, right? And PVC collection rates are broadly higher in the southeast and in the south-south, something like 80+% of likely voters said that they have their PVCs on hand. The figure for the equivalent figure for the southwest is 44%. The equivalent figure for the northeast, right, is 43%. These are regions which, over the past year and a half, have seen their own disproportionate share of security challenges as well as economic pressures. So, in that sense, we may be seeing voter fatigue, right, sort of more regionalized and not necessarily broad-based, right, in that sense. But when I think about the fact that over the last 3 national election cycles, voter turnout has been down cycle on cycle. If you add the off-cycle election, traditionally voter turnout lags those during the general elections, right? And those numbers, those voter turnout returns are also significantly depressed. I'm not sure I am currently seeing enough to suggest that Nigerians are so animated that they will come out and vote. And that's why in the report, we outlined 2 scenarios. One in a low turnout scenario, which favors the incumbents because obviously lesser sort of logistics, a much lower pool of the population with which to make an argument in. And when you consider the fact that Nigerian elections aren't necessarily the freest and fairest, right, in the world, again, there's also space for, unfortunately, almost 3 decades into our democratic practice, voter intimidation and other voter suppression tactics to be prevalent, right? So that clearly favors the ruling administration. But then in a high turnout scenario, which we estimate as something in the low 60%, right, range, and we have not hit that since 1999 when we were at 66% voter turnout, then the opposition becomes more competitive, because what that means is suddenly you have a lot of first-time voters, you have a lot of younger voters, you have a lot of people who generally do not participate regularly in election cycles, motivated to come out and have their say. And that just makes the logistics of voter suppression or deploying voter suppression that much more, that much more significant, right? And that would favor the opposition. So I would say this is just the first wave of the VST. We hope to do a lot more polling and a lot more testing in the lead up to the general elections. So these numbers are still very indicative at this standpoint. And just to show you how, the volatility in terms of political and ongoing national developments may add the numbers. When we did the polling, right, for this, and one of the states that we polled was for your state, the Orire mass kidnapping incident, the very unfortunate tragedy that has unfolded there, had not occurred. I would reckon that if we go back to our state and what we, polling right now, and we're asking people about security, their perspectives would have shifted. And so we expect those kind of shifts and dynamics, right, to come to play, which is why we hope to do this a few more times before the general elections, just again to track that evolving sentiments, right, in the Nigerian voter. And I look forward to, talking about those changes and those shifts when that comes up with you subsequently.
Ikema said, do you think that your data suggests that Nigerians are becoming more issue-driven? That's whether the 2027 election will be an election that is decided on issues, not ethnicity, not religion, not political or regional affiliations. That's the one question. The second question is, does this your poll, does it even matter? Because prior to 2023, I remember that a lot of surveys like this came up, and Nigerians were not happy with the APC-led government at that time. But another APC came in, that's President Tinubu came in. There were a lot of polls that time suggesting that he will not win this and this, P2B and all of that. But President Tinubu came in. So does this your poll even matter? Do issues like this, should we even raise it in the media at all? So just answer those two questions.
Okay, I'll start with the second one. I would argue that polls matter, one, because they quantitatively define what the frame of the national political and economic conversation, right, should be. How would you know, for example, how Nigerians are feeling about taxation, how are they feeling about jobs, how are they feeling about inflation and the cost of living pressures that they are dealing with if you do not ask them, right, about those things? I feel like a lot of political commentators and a lot of people in the media, right, take their cues, first off of social media and then off of impressions and anecdotal evidence. And there is value, right, in just having hard granular data to, illustrate where the headspace of the Nigerians who are the receiving end of policies, who are the receiving end of governance priorities, right, are feeling and are thinking and are calibrating, right, those sort of developments and those issues. So that's the first bit. In terms of whether Nigerians are more issues driven than some of the other markers around religion and ethnicity and sort of other social affiliations, honestly, I'm not so sure. I'm very minded of this phenomenon in political science and also in sociology called the Bradley effect, where basically when people talk to pollsters or they are compelled to give a public opinion, right, on how they feel, they are more likely to, elicit or give responses which are seen to be socially acceptable, which are not necessarily seen to be contrarian. Very few people go out of their way to be, as confrontational or to hold opinions that are seen as quote unquote hot takes, right? As they are. But then when push comes to shove, right, some of those other extra affiliations may come to play. I'm minded of the conversation I had in Abeokuta with a taxi driver where, he was basically complaining about, cost of living issues and the likes. And I simply asked him a follow-up question. Who he was going to vote for in 2027. And mind you, I was having this conversation in 2025, early 2025, I believe. And he still said he was going to vote for the president. And I asked why, and he was like, he's my brother. So some of those things, right? I think there is a scenario, right, where Nigerians can simultaneously tell you they are worried about security, they are worried about the economy, they are worried about corruption, they are worried about jobs, but still decides to vote along tried and tested parochial lines. Now, this is not a criticism necessarily of the Nigerian voter. It's just a recognition of the current place where our democracy, right, is in. And there is something to be said about whether the crescendo of economy and security pressures may flip enough voters in this particular election cycle that we begin to see some of those historical patterns change. So fingers crossed. I think 2027 will be very interesting. The final point I should mention now that we're talking about the media and relevance is the conversation around artificial intelligence and misinformation. There were questions that we asked. Nigerian voters are very concerned about that, right across every geopolitical zone. But then again, when we asked respondents if they fact-check their information and news sources, only like 7% of respondents said this. So a concern can exist. That does not necessarily mean that, voters are necessarily feel empowered, right, to vote or shape or change their behavior to account for these concerns.
Okay. I think we'll leave it at that, Ikemesit. But one thing is clear, and one thing that I need to point out is that votes is an investment in systemic stability. Your votes, my votes, is an investment in how we want Nigeria to be. So we shouldn't just take a look at it as something just there. It's your investment in Nigeria as a whole. And it's good that surveys like this are coming out. I think a few days ago, too, I spoke with the MD of NOI polls when they did talk about democracy there and how Nigerians have lost trust, in the democratic process, but they are still cautiously optimistic. What Nigerians really want to see is that they want to have jobs, they want the economy to be better, they want the leaders to be indeed leaders and steer the country right. Because your report says here that nearly 80% of Nigerians say the country is headed in the wrong direction. So I just hope that those in government will see this. That's why surveys like this are out. Thank you very much, Ikemesit, for joining us. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, I've been speaking with Ikemesit Effiong, who is the managing partner at SBM Intelligence, and we've been looking ahead of the 2027 general elections, how Nigeria may vote, of course, according to the reports released by the SBM Intelligence. That's the show today. Thank you all for watching. As always, please join us again tomorrow for another edition of the program from myself and the team here in Abuja. Have a good day. Be the best you can be the change that you want to see. I'll see you all again tomorrow. I am Nancy Naji. Bye for now.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Nnaji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Hello and welcome to another enlightening edition of The Teacher, the program where we celebrate teachers, examine the issues shaping the future of education in Nigeria and beyond. I am Philip Yang. Education thrives in an environment of safety, stability, and trust. But across Nigeria, many schools are increasingly becoming targets of insecurity, from the abduction of students and teachers to attacks on school communities. The learning environment has come under serious threat. While governments continue to introduce policies and security initiatives, many stakeholders believe that political interference, delayed responses, inadequate funding, and poor implementation have weakened efforts to secure schools. Today, we examine the topic, security versus political interference, a major challenge facing Nigerian schools. We'll celebrate an outstanding educator in our Teacher of the Week segment, bring you a compelling documentary feature on school security challenges, and later engage with our guest in a critical discussion on what must be done to safeguard Nigerian schools. Stay with us. Today's Teacher of the Week is Mr. Kingsley Kelechi Ekpe, Vice Principal Admin, Daitams International School, Rivers State.
Now, what are intrinsic values? Intrinsic values are those things we cherish because they help mold our destiny. I've been a teacher for about 15 years. Okay, my motivation is that, when you see the young ones, okay, being as if they are lost and they need something to fill in that gap, that space, and that's learning. So I see myself, being in a position to fill that gap. I've learned so many things, how to do so many things, how to be able to, adapt to situations, especially when it's overwhelming, how to manage people, the students, and the teachers as well. So it has been, a wonderful experience. Now, personally, it has molded me to know that there's how to relate with people. Interpersonal relationship is a very great virtue that I've learned in this system. My most fulfilling moment as a teacher is when I see students moving from I don't get it to I understand now. As a teacher, there are challenges, of no doubt. But I think one of the first steps to overcome those challenges is to be able to have a different perspective, a different mindset. You can feel aware that you are called into a vocation, okay, and doing it with your heart, okay, is what will make you to go ahead. That will be your drive. How to stay motivated despite the challenges is to remain focused, okay, and do what you're doing, because you know that at the end, all the work, all the efforts you've put in, okay, you see them speaking, not necessarily for the children to remember you in the future by giving you something, but to remember that someone has impacted their lives.
He's a very good teacher, very interactive with his students, and I'm actually very happy that we are celebrating him because he needs more recognition.
What makes Mr. Ekpe different from other teachers is his ability to communicate and converse with his students, both as friends and as teachers as well. Mr. Ekpe has helped me to improve academically in the ways of advising me on how to behave in class, with decorum, respect, and to obey teachers.
Mr. Ekpe is calm, he's humble, and he's a person that listens. Working with him has become so easy because he has a way of interacting with teachers and he's able to coordinate the teachers very well such that the work goes on seamlessly.
He's loving, he's jovial, he's a fantastic leader. He's a people's person. He carries everybody along and he makes sure that the work is done.
For the period he has fielded these children into WAEC and NECO, they have come out excellent. That is professional. Then otherwise, he is a humble, dedicated, respectful teacher.
At a time when many educators face insecurity, inadequate resources, and challenging working conditions, teachers like Mr. Kingsley Kelechi Ekpe reminds us that the future of our nation is still being shaped by committed professionals in our classrooms. On behalf of the teacher, we say thank you for your service and congratulations on being our Teacher of the Week. For millions of Nigerian children, school should be a place of learning, growth, and opportunity. But for many families today, sending a child to school has become an act of faith. Next is our documentary feature on school security challenges.
For many Nigerian parents, the simple act of sending a child to school has become a daily exercise in faith. Schools once seen as safe havens for learning and development, are increasingly becoming targets of kidnappers, terrorists, and criminal gangs. The crisis is no longer limited to one region. It is spreading. On May 15, 2026, Nigeria witnessed 2 shocking school abductions on the same day. In Borno State, armed attackers stormed Musa Primary and Junior Secondary School in Askira Oba and abducted dozens of pupils during school hours. Reports indicated that about 42 children were taken, some directly from classrooms and others from nearby homes. Weeks later, many families were still waiting for answers. That same day in Oyo State, gunmen disguised as security personnel attacked 3 schools in Orire local government area, abducting 39 students and 7 teachers. Tragically, 1 teacher was killed during the attack, while another was later reportedly beheaded in captivity. These incidents have sent shockwaves across the nation, demonstrating that school insecurity is no longer a northern problem alone. Yet, these are only the latest entries in a painful national record. In 2014, the world watched in horror as 276 girls were abducted from Government Girls Secondary School, Chibok, in Borno State. More than a decade later, some of those girls still remain unaccounted for. In 2018, 110 schoolgirls were kidnapped from Dapchi in Yobe State. Although most were eventually released, 1 girl, Leah Sharibu, remains in captivity years later. Since then, attacks have continued across Kaduna, Katsina, Niger, Zamfara, Kebbi, and other states. According to reports, at least 1,900 students have been kidnapped from schools across Nigeria since the Chibok tragedy. The consequences go beyond the victims. Fear has forced some schools to close. Enrollment has declined in vulnerable communities. Teachers increasingly reject postings to rural areas, while parents struggle with the anxiety of whether their children will return home safely each day. Despite government promises, security initiatives, and budgetary allocations, many fencing, surveillance systems, trained security personnel, and effective emergency response plans. Communities continue to ask difficult questions about accountability, implementation, and whether politics is standing in the way of effective security decisions. Education cannot thrive where fear reigns. If Nigeria is to secure its future, it must first secure its schools, because every child deserves to learn without fear, and every teacher deserves to teach without looking over their shoulder. This is not just a security challenge, it is a national emergency.
Welcome back. Following that insightful documentary, we now turn to our guest, Dr. Thomas Adejo Yusuf, who specializes in public policy and decentralized governance. A lecturer with the Department of Public Administration, Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayingba, Kogi State, to help us unpack the growing concerns surrounding school security on the efforts to protect learners and educators. You're welcome to the teacher, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here with you to serve as a guest on this program.
Thank you. So, as we know, Nigeria has been plagued with a lot of insecurity concerning schools in many parts of the country. The most recent and most shocking is the recent kidnapping of children and teachers in Oyo State. So tell me, to what extent has political interference, poor governance, or lack of political will contributed to the continued vulnerability of schools, despite repeated security warnings?
Thank you very much for posing that question. When we talk about security, we look at security in so many angles. It is a diverse issue. We talk about physical security, and we equally talk about there is a psychological security. The state of being prevented from any harm, the state of being safe, that is what security means, it implies. And if we talk about the vulnerability of security issues as it relates to our schools in Nigeria of these days, you discover that it has really rendered our schools in a panic situation. The schools are no longer safe. The recent cases of Oyo, that of most recently also was one that happened around Karanamoda in Zamfara State. We had it. And just as of today as well, we equally had it that the Edo State government has issued an ultimatum that there should be closure of schools because of the threatening issues of security. So we are not finding it easy in this country. Even the teachers who are supposed to be at the front burner of teaching and learning are not finding things easy. They are taking things in fear, total fear. The students, the pupils as well. A lot of students, a lot of pupils have not given into education again because there is this threat that education is no longer becoming a business as usual, or it has become a threat even to their life, rather than being a positive part of their life that can make them grow and acquire knowledge. The environment has been rendered so vulnerable to insecurity. Security issues are on threat.
Wow.
Actually.
Wow. See, as educators, this is something that really bothers down to the heart. Seeing, are we saying that schools cannot be protected, or the government have no ability to protect schools? Is that what we are saying?
Thank you very much also. We are not saying that schools cannot be protected. Schools can actually be protected. The issue of insecurity dates back for more than 4 or 5 decades. It is not today that we are having the issue of insecurity. They can be protected, actually. But the issue, major issue is that the rudiments of bringing in the protection that students and pupils and even the teachers deserve, have they been put in place? One of such issues is the politicization of academic activities. Anything that has to do with academic, anything that has to do with the schools, it has been politicized in recent times, and we have not been finding it easy. In the academia, you don't see people that are most qualified taking positions any longer. It is on who you know syndrome, on who you know in the society that has the ability to bring you in. The most credible people have not been placed in the right positions to manage the insecurity problems that we're having in our Nigerian schools. That is one contending issue.
All right. Just like you just mentioned, Edo State shutting down schools. Several government interventions have been announced over the years to secure schools, but yet these attacks still continue. They continue now almost on a weekly basis. Where are the gaps What policies, what needs to be on ground to ensure these schools are protected?
Thank you very much. Also, there are a lot of policies that can be put in place. Not until today, there is a federal government policy on the safety, national policy on safety, security, and violence-free schools that was implemented by the federal government. This policy is meant, it has guidelines that is meant to keep the schools safe. If the policies have been actually integrated into the system, we will have a safer school. But the inability of government to implement these policies to the latter has actually affected our Nigerian schools today, and we are not finding it easy. If you come to think of it also, you discover that we spoke about politicization of positions in the school. those that are the helm of affairs, security operatives that are supposed to, those who are experts in security issues, have not been rightly placed.
Okay, so you are saying the policies are there.
The policies are actually
there. So is the implementation
The implementation
not,
is the
then
problem.
who should be held responsible?
Well, the issue of security, you cannot hold one person accountable. When we talk about security, we are talking about you and I who are involved in this security issue. Because the first step to security starts from your doorstep. If you remember, we have the Know Your Neighbor policy that is always around. You cannot just wake up in the morning without knowing who is your neighbor and who is not your neighbor. Try to know. They say if you see something, say something. Try to know who your neighbor is. That is the first step to security. All hands must be on deck. Both parents, both teachers, critical stakeholders, and government should come to the round table. The issue of insecurity in our Nigerian schools is actually handled.
All right. So many school administrators still complain that security concerns raised at local level are basically ignored. We had the case of where they said security information went to a school, but security was pulled out. You understand? So how can school leaders, teachers, and communities be empowered to make urgent security decisions without being hindered by bureaucracy in the government sector?
Okay. The issue of security operatives, people going to meddle in security activities and being not accepted or not given the room to play their major part in security issues, we cannot totally say it is out of place. No, as stakeholders in security issues, you use the school management boards, you use the PTA by passing formal resolutions. When you use the PTA, you bring these formal resolutions to board. If security issues are handled with utmost connectivity and utmost urgency. Thank you. When the utmost urgency is there, everybody will want to partake in security issues.
We know that everyone now is afraid of kidnapping.
Sure.
Schools are being forced to shut down. Every student enrollment has reduced. The economy is getting harder. What impact has this insecurity going to cause in the long-term run in terms of students' enrollment, in terms of learning, in terms of our youths and our children?
In the long run, we may not get it smiling at all because student enrollment is actually diminishing by the day. Parents are afraid to enroll their pupils who are qualified, who are already qualified to be in schools. For instance, if you look at enrolling someone for a pre-nursery school now, many parents are not comfortable with that again. And it has reduced the level of enrollment at the nursery level. Then, if you even think of taking students to tertiary institutions as well, you will notice that there are some areas, some states at the disadvantageous side. They no longer have pupils. They no longer have students in their schools. For example, I was discussing with a friend who said in one of the universities in the northeastern part of the country that the students' population has reduced drastically to just 1,000. Wow. Not more than 1,000. That before they used to have up to 15,000 students, but with the present insecurity situation, we are not getting it right at all. And the way it is going, we might, in the long run, we might lack experts in various fields of studies.
Wow. So, to tell me, if Nigeria is really serious about ending the attacks on schools and achieving uninterrupted learning for every child, what immediate steps need to be taken to ensure this? Within like the next 12 months, what do we need to do right now to ensure that schools are secured and children can return back to schools?
Well, if Nigeria must attain fully the security issues to ensure that we have a safer environment in Nigeria, we Nigeria must fully fund and enforce national policy on safety, security, and violence-free schools. That policy must be implemented fully. And also, the schools, the governance of the schools should be deviated from political interference. It means there should be a clear-cut demarcation between security issues and politics.
Well, sir, all I can say is thank you for your time, and we appreciate your insights into this program, and we hope to have you another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
As we conclude today's program, one message stands out clearly. Education cannot flourish where fear exists. Every child deserves to learn in safety. Every teacher deserves to work in an environment free from threats and intimidation. And every parent deserves the confidence that their children will return home safely after school. School security must never be treated as a political issue. It is a national responsibility and a fundamental investment in Nigeria's future. The challenge before us is not simply to react after attacks occur, but to build systems that prevent them from ever happening in the first place. We therefore call on governments at all levels, security agencies, community leaders, school management, parents, and civil society organizations to work together to create a safer learning environment across the country. Because when schools are secure, learning continues. When learning continues, communities prosper. And when education thrives, the nation grows. Thank you for watching The Teacher. I am Young Philip. Join us again next week as we bring you another important conversation shaping the future of education in Nigeria. Goodbye and stay safe.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning, I'm focusing on to become a doctor. So you know that one.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people, assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. Then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Nutod, VOA News, Savalugu, Ghana.
There is no greater job as being a mother than any other job on earth.
The woman is the mother of the murderer. The woman is also the mother of the peacemaker.
They must learn to say no to evil.
Be involved in raising your children.
I'm so concerned that a lot of the children, our children in Nigeria, do not have access to good quality education. Their parents simply cannot afford it.
Good parenting is vital to nation building.
A woman is able to program a child to be who he should be.
Actually have to make an effort at home. It all begins at home.
There's this popular saying, monkey see, monkey do.
Parents make one child seem more important than the other.
Just because your mother was a drug addict or trafficked or on the streets or whatever, that does not shape who you are.
I want you to always remember that you are stronger than you know.
It is important for a woman to critically look at your environment, at your situation, and see what you can do to add value to yourself and add value to your family.
Don't be a victim. Be the player that wins.
I know that
the first thing that comes to mind when your child brings a spouse home or his girlfriend or his boyfriend home is, where is he from? But there's something that my mother also taught me that I've brought home to my children. There's no tribe that is intrinsically bad. I don't care where my children bring a husband or a wife from. The important thing is that man or that woman, will he or she be a good husband or wife to my child? The only reason why I would say no is based on behavior, attitude. I will not say no based on tribe, race, or whatever. Bring your husband, bring your wife from anywhere. Just make sure you're both going in the same direction and he's good for you or she's good for you, and a husband that will let you fly as a woman, and achieve your purpose in life, why you exist, why you are born in life. So for mothers out there, except if there's something that's to hide, please recall that that person that is coming into your home is also coming from a home. It's born by a mother out there also. Nobody is bad. You, by the way you treat them, can make them bad. You can make them go wrong for your child. I've seen many parents that have destroyed the homes of their children because of their own bias. It wasn't easy really when they were younger. And first of all, one policy that I've had, is that I must work. And then because I work, I also buy convenience. Something that I learned very early in life is to buy convenience. Before we had the poundo yam thing, we had yam pounder. I never had mortar in my house, never. Even when I was going to my husband's house, they didn't give me mortar because I never knew how to pound. I bought myself a pounding machine. And so, buy convenience any day, and it's easier to depend on purchase convenience, than to make the sacrifices that you will regret in future. So one way to juggle all the balls in the air is to buy convenience. Those things that you can outsource them quickly. Corporate mothers, can teach all this. They've been outsourcing things before the whole idea of outsourcing at the corporate level came up. Outsource. When my children were growing up and I used to be a banker, Morocco market here, that Morocco, Sandfield, all those areas were places that I frequented. I ground my pepper. I virtually almost cooked even in the market. I ground pepper in the market. I washed my vegetables in the market. I did everything. Even there was a time I went to Kenya and I saw that you could even fry your fish in the market. I was telling, I asked one of the vendors in the market, the women that sell, I said, can't you even be frying this fish so that we can just buy fried fish and then take it home and cook? So those things, in Kenya, they will wash the fish, gut it, everything, they scale it, rinse it, salt it, season it, and fry it for you. So you just buy fried, you buy the fish, they do all of that, they fry it, you take it home, and you're ready to, your soup is almost ready. One of my daughters, her business now is parboiled ingredients, so she buys the tomatoes, pepper, onions, she puts it together, blends it, parboils it, and she's selling to. I said, because these are some of the challenges I faced when you people were growing up. So, and I know that those challenges don't go away. They are recycled. So that's a business for you to do. Parboil this thing, and so that busy corporate mothers, they can make fast, nutritious meals. Within 30 minutes, you're home, your food is ready, it's on the table. Instead of you get home, then that's when you're cooking your meat, that's when you're boiling your pepper. It takes at least 30-40 minutes for the pepper to boil and turn to stew before you start to. No, you don't need all of that time. Somebody has already done that. You just pick it up in a plastic bowl, put it in, and then and so those are some of the things. So you buy convenience for goodness sake. Outsource the things you can't out. That's why it's important for you to have your own money. Oh, one lesson I learned from my mother. She said, have your own money, oh. Have your own money. And she said to me then, before I used to dispute it, but let me tell you now, and I'm speaking to mothers, young mothers, your work is your husband, your first husband. She used to say so, your work is your first husband. If you have that money in your pocket, your own money, it answers a lot of calls. I can tell you that. Don't say I taught you something bad, but my mother taught me that. She said, your work is your first husband. And let me tell you, that first husband, he allows the second one to respect you a lot. He allows the second one to give you, to let you fly. But if you don't have that first husband, mother used to say you will cry. You will not see tears to cry again.
Exceptional mom, shape the future. Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Many women who have dreams that have either been derailed, or they are stuck somewhere, or they are stunted, or lost dreams, is because they made decisions or sacrifices that wrong sacrifices. They made the wrong sacrifice. That's why I advise young women, especially for your family, don't make decisions that's from your emotional brain. Make decisions from your head. I've seen too many women die bitter because of lost, discarded dreams. And so, in the evening of their lives, they start to, that's why they say, when midlife crisis sets in, everything just goes upsy-turvy. That's because there are so many dreams that were lost, so many dreams that were abandoned. And many of these dreams are from women that has so much deposited inside of them. Let me tell you, when I turned 40, I was a banker. And I was earning salary in 6 good figures. But I turned 40 that morning, and it was the saddest day of my life. And I asked myself, if I die today, who will remember me? Now, people will say, because when I asked that question, when people came to celebrate with me and they found me crying or moaning or sad or something, and they felt, in fact, everyone felt, why? something is very wrong, there's no pleasing you or anything else. And I just said to myself, what have I done with my life? I'm 40 years old. And they said, when you have children, your children will remember you, where you are buried or whatever if you die today. I say, excuse me? I don't even know where my great-grandmother is buried. I asked so many people, do you know where your great-grandmother is buried? So that's not the legacy. Children are not legacies. I'm sorry. Because we will all die and go away one day. A legacy is something that lives after you. In fact, I didn't even know that was what I wanted then. But I just knew that I had not made my mark. There was nothing. So if somebody called Mavi Sibo 20 years from today, 30 years, 50 years, would they not say who? Who? There have been more famous people. But when they are gone, they are gone. So don't make decisions from your emotional brain. I decided at 40 to chart my path. I wanted my footprints in the sands of time. And many people said, oh, your children are still in school, or whatever. When will they not be in school? When will they not need one thing or the other? When will the demands ever end? They never end. You never stop being a parent. You never stop being a mother. It doesn't matter how independent your children are. You still have to have an input one time or the other. Ask me, I will tell you, because I already have all grown-up children, married even. But, so you must stay and put all the cards on the table and make an intelligence from your head, from your brain parts, not from the emotional part of your brain. Make an intelligent, constructive decision and determine the level of sacrifice you want to make. And I'm telling you this because at 40, many people will say, oh, it's a bit late, oh, it's too late. It's never too late to go back to your dream, never too late. I'm 60 today. But I still have dreams. I still have worlds I want to conquer. There's never a time. As long as there's still breath and you're strong, you're hale and hearty, well, never stop pursuing your dreams. I know a 74-year-old woman who went to learn how, computer solving and all of that, internet, and she's celebrated everywhere today. There's no time that is too late. So if you have an abandoned dream and you are moaning and groaning and beefing and making life difficult for everyone around you because of the sacrifice that you have made and nobody is recognizing it, nobody is appreciating you for it, it is not too late for you to take up that dream again. It's not too late. No dream is abandoned. It's only abandoned when you get into your grave. No dream is abandoned. You are looking at me right now. I want you to know that you can still take up that dream. Don't call it abandoned, maybe postponed, maybe delayed, but you're getting back onto it. At 40, I thought to myself, I needed to do something. I've had this inside of me. My mother put it inside of me. Poise. I didn't even have a name for it then. I just knew personality, elegance, finesse, and all of those things. I said, I can turn it into a business. Turn your passion into a business. Turn your dream into profits, into income, into turnover, into revenue. It's possible. It's very, very possible. And it is never too late. and you're not too old. And if it is that you don't have the type of education that is necessary, go back to school. I know someone who went back to school and got a degree at 65. Go back to school. It's not too late to do anything that you have in mind to do. If you made those sacrifices before, don't swallow, in self-pity, regretting and making life unbearable for everyone around you. Gather your wits around you. Take up the mantle and forge forward.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Every mom's vision board. Raise children that will be better than you, a better replica, a better person than you. Not only bigger in terms of economic ability and capacity, no, but bigger and better in terms of personality, in terms of exposure, in terms of behavior, attitude, everything. So if you are here, you should aim to raise children that are bigger than you in this to this level. And so for me, it's for you to build on the type of upbringing that took you to that level, not to water it down some more. And that's what many parents are doing now. We are sacrificing upbringing. We are introducing children to things that are way beyond them in order to pacify them, to make them feel that you're taking care of them. There is no replacement for upbringing. There is no substitute for upbringing. Even at 60, 70, a person can still be told you lack home training. And we are beginning to see more and more of those species of people who lack home training even in their mid-years, in their middle age and in their latter years. They lack home training. They lack common sense because we are bringing up those level of children. So your vision board should be to bring up children who are better than you. That means you use the upbringing that you received as a springboard and build on it. Money does not answer all things in home training. Money demolishes, money waters down upbringing. There's something I couched and I said, because because I can mentality, the because I can attitude. Because I can afford it, because I can, because so if my child is saying, oh, what am I going to do this holiday? Oh my goodness, what so buy them a bigger television, put DSTV, because I can afford it. My child needs, buy him a more sophisticated tab, buy him a more sophisticated phone, buy him all the fine gadgets in the house, because I can. But because I can is destroying a lot of things. So a child breaks like 2, 3 drinking glasses a day, and you say, okay, it's all right, we know how much is it. No, it's not because they are not affordable, but it's the lesson to learn. The lesson to learn. It's not acceptable to be careless. It's not acceptable not to use your initiative. It's not acceptable to. Yesterday, I sent a young man that is holidaying with us. I sent him, I said, take this 200 naira, go and give so and so, the security man, to buy super glue for me. He came back, a few minutes later and said, I can't find the security man. So I sat him down and I said, does that solve my problem? What result am I expecting you to come back with? I'm expecting super glue. So you can't find the security man. Ask your brother, your friend, two of you go walk down the road, buy super glue, just bring me results. But we are bringing up children who are not using their brains. They are not using their initiative. They are not asking questions. They are not, they are not gunning for results. They are only just demanding and demanding and demanding. And because their demands, it's easier to meet demands than to spend time to train up a child. We are bringing up children who are going nowhere. And that's why we can easily say of a 50-year-old, you have no manners. And that's an insult that doesn't only affect the 50-year-old, affects the his parents that maybe are long dead. Your vision board should be to bring up a child that is better than you. Who you are today, what you are today, let your children be twice that. And how can you ensure that? Except you build on what made you who you are, so that you can give your children something better. Giving them something better doesn't mean meeting all their demands. Giving them everything. Bring up a child that will not send you to an early grave. Something came up. We were at a meeting, and a young, one of our, he wanted us to he was asking for a budget to hack, to get somebody who will hack into someone's database and get some information, that we desperately needed. I'm not an IT guru. I'm not too savvy when it comes to, so I was wondering, okay, but what exactly, when you say hack, what does that mean? So the man, he will help us to get it. They know how they do it. I say, no, explain to me. So he explained that, then they, so I think the IT person there say, that is like breaking into the man's database. He has put security, so you can, but it means somebody has the knowledge to break into it. And I said, no, we're not going to do that. Do you know, rather than doing that, we shut down that. It was a new idea that we wanted to run with, a new to diversify a bit. We said, let's diversify our portfolio. And because of that, we shut down and we didn't run with it. And you know what my daughter said to me? I was waiting to see whether all the things you said at home. She was married and gone, and she said to me, I was waiting to see whether all the things you said at home, because of money, you.
Thanks for joining us on AIT Reports. I am Shola Jaisimi. You're welcome. Kaduna State has again been hit by armed bandit attacks, which has left 9 persons dead and about a dozen injured. The incident took place on Tuesday at Tungan Madaki in Kauru local government area of Kaduna. Survivors say the attackers arrived on motorcycles and opened fire indiscriminately, similar to the Tungan Rukuba attack in Jos a few months ago.
According to a leader of the Civilian Joint Task Force who spoke to AIT News on condition of anonymity, the armed bandits invaded the community on motorcycles at around 11 p.m. Armed with dangerous weapons, the attackers shot sporadically, killing 9 residents, including women and children. 11 other community members sustained varying degrees of injuries. The local vigilante group is urgently appealing to the federal government and state authorities, as well as security agencies, for immediate intervention. They stress that the survivors are in critical condition and desperately require medical attention and humanitarian aid. Residents are also requesting for the deployment of security operatives, enhanced intelligence gathering, and continuous patrols to prevent a reoccurrence. Meanwhile, community leaders are urging locals to remain law-abiding and report any suspicious activities to security agencies. At the time of filing this report, efforts to reach the Kaduna State Police Command for official comments were unsuccessful.
5 kidnapped victims have been rescued by troops of the 12th Brigade of the Nigerian Army in Kababunu local government area of Kogi State. Military authorities said the rescue operation is part of a renewed collaboration with the Office of the National Security Advisor to dismantle bandits' networks and their kingpins.
Shouting, anybody that run, they will shoot him.
For 17 days, I did not eat. I was drinking that gutter water.
Eunice and Lola have just been rescued from the camps of deadly kidnappers. Their rescue comes from the heroics of the Nigerian military personnel who are on a renewed mission to clear Kogi State of bandits. The victims narrate their ordeal in the hands of their captives.
2 days ago, they came into the bush. We heard them. Then yesterday, they came exactly where we were. Like me, literally, I could see them, the helicopter, because it was above, it was just like close to where we were.
Freedom at last. Eunice and the other victims are grateful to the troops for saving their lives. For the army, the milestone underscores the commitment of the Nigerian military to sustain the onslaught against criminal gangs, to restore peace and orderliness in critical flashpoints across Kogi State.
Okay, a total of 5 as at yesterday. However, as I speak, the operation is ongoing to rescue more citizens kidnapped by this deadly bandit group.
Yeah, the Ministry of Health is here, just as I said, to look to assess the victims' health and then take charge to ensure that they fully recovered, attend to their health needs.
The call now is for stronger interagency collaboration and intelligence sharing to scale up kinetic operations and checkmate emerging security threats in the state and its environs. Tehumba Akaya, AIT News, Lokoja.
Nigerian state governors and the 36 states attorneys general have met in Abuja to draw up modalities for the establishment of state police in Nigeria. In a communique issued at the end of a meeting signed by the chair of the Governors Forum, Abdurrahman Abdurazak of Kwara State, and presented by the governor of Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun, threw more light on the essence of the meeting.
Governors emphasized the need for the state police to be constitutionally sound and aligned with federalism and citizens' rights. The forum noted the collaborative efforts and added that the consultation outcomes will strengthen the state's collective position.
Also reaffirmed a commitment to reducing child malnutrition under the National Nutrition 774 initiative.
The forum, therefore, reaffirmed the governor's commitment to improving nutrition outcomes and reducing child malnutrition across Nigeria. The forum also noted the ongoing work on the National Nutrition Bill and encouraged continued engagement with relevant stakeholders to strengthen the legal and policy framework for nutrition governance.
Governors have also said that they remain committed to ongoing power sector reforms and are strengthening the collaboration among stakeholders to expand access to reliable and affordable electricity for Nigeria. The minority caucus in the House of Representatives has asked President Bola Tinubu to suspend all political activities and face governance, saying politics must take the backstage when the nation bleeds. House Minority Leader Fred Agbedi, who made this demand at a media briefing at the National Assembly on Wednesday, called on the federal government to desist from what he calls propaganda and immediately overhaul the national security architecture.
That the General of the Nigerian Army, who once commanded troops and defended this nation, could be kidnapped alongside his wife and later declared dead under unclear circumstances is a grave indictment. It is a national embarrassment. It tells the world that in today's Nigeria, neither rank, service, nor sacrifice guarantees safety.
House Minority Leader and the caucus condemned the killing of Major General Rabi Abubakar while in terrorist captivity, and they gave the federal government a 72-hour ultimatum to lead a special military operation for the rescue of the abducted Oyo school children and their teachers.
This judgment, coming only months to the country's general elections and after a subsisting appeal court decision on the same matter, is not intended to serve justice. Instead, it appears to be a deliberate plot to engender judicial chaos weaponized to destabilize the polity.
The minority leader in the House of Reps reacting to the court judgment on the political parties' deregistration, which the Court of Appeal has actually said there should be a stay on. Now, let's head to London, where a court in that country, that's in the UK, has acquitted Nigeria's former Minister of Petroleum Resources, Diezani Alison Madueke, clearing her of all bribery and corruption charges following a grueling 5-month trial. The jury returned a unanimous not guilty verdict on all the 6 counts of accepting bribes and conspiracy. Alison Madueke, who managed Nigeria's oil sector between 2010 and 2015, had consistently maintained her innocence throughout the decade-long international investigation. I put up this report on the judgment. British investigators allege that Diezani Alison Madueke received at least £100,000 in cash, along with benefits that prosecutors characterized as, quote, financial or other advantages, including private jet flights, chauffeur-driven cars, the use and upkeep of upscale London properties, luxury goods, and school fees for her son. The charges were authorized in 2023, 8 years after the former minister was arrested in London. This was a few months after she left office, with the UK's National Crime Agency alleging that it suspected Alison Madueke abused her power and accepted rewards in exchange for helping steer multi-million-pound contracts to associates, including her elder brother. When the trial opened before Justice Taunton, Alison Madueke denied wrongdoing and told the court during a cross-examination, court sessions attended by AIT on a couple of occasions, that she acted under the instruction of higher authorities, insisting that approvals were made above her head, stressing that she was a rubber stamp. She told the court that allegations that she profited from PECs were not correct and faulted the prosecution's allegations. With a 10-year prison sentence staring her, if convicted under the United Kingdom's Bribery Act, her defense team has now successfully convinced the jury that Alison Madueke did no wrong. The 6-member jury has now unanimously agreed with the defense. She told journalists outside the courthouse that she did not steal nothing. Quote, take 2. She told journalists outside the courthouse that she, quote, did not steal nothing, and her country threw her to the woods, her exact words. In 2017, Nigerian authorities filed money laundering charges against her in a separate case alleging payments to influence election officials ahead of the 2015 election. In 2017, the United States Justice Department recovered more than $53 million in allegedly corrupting oil proceeds,
London through the US. Shola Jaisimi, AIT News, Abuja.
And staying in the courtroom, but this time in Nigeria, a prosecution witness in the alleged money laundering trial of a former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, has told a Federal Capital Territory High Court that the former governor played no role in the property transactions under investigation. The witness, Shehu Bello Bala, who appeared as the 17th prosecution witness, said this during cross-examination by defense counsel Paul Daudu, a senior advocate, on Wednesday. Bala said that neither Yahaya Bello nor the second defendant was involved in the acquisition or processing of the properties. He explained that the transactions were handled by one Farouk Bello, who acted as an intermediary. Responding to questions from the defense, the witness confirmed that the property's title documents, including the deed of assignment and power of attorney, were later returned to FAB Estate by Farouk Bello. A commodity trader from Katsina State, Bala, said he had known Ali Bello for about 14 years through business dealings involving the sale of agricultural products such as grains and ginger. He further revealed that by the time the documents were returned, Farouk Bello, whom he described as a friend of his father, had already died. Bala recounted that after Farouk's death, an identified individual approached him with the property documents, expressing an intention to sell. However, he said he could not confirm whether the individual was Farouk Bello's son. According to him, he subsequently presented the documents to the chairman of FAB Estate, where it became evident that the property was under investigation. The witness also disclosed that another property, not marked by the EFCC, had been purchased by Farouk Bello. During proceedings, the defense attempted to question the witness on whether Ali Bello inherited the property from his mother. However, lead prosecution counsel, Kemi Pinero, a senior advocate, objected, arguing that the line of questioning was outside the scope of the witness's earlier testimony. The leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association, the NBA, is concerned about the declining public confidence in the judiciary. The body for lawyers in Nigeria wants both the bar and the bench to be more self-critical and intensify much-needed institutional reforms to reset the system. The president of the NBA, Alpha Mosigwe, a senior advocate, said this at the association's Law Week in Gombe State.
Court judgments don't just serve the needs of justice. It serves as the society's moral compass. But when decisions leave more doubts among the vast majority of the public, it erodes confidence in the institution of justice.
Is it possible for a lawyer to tell you that, Chike, your case is bad, don't even go to court. I don't want your money. Can we have lawyers of that nature?
At NMB's Law Week, legal professionals and judicial officers are looking inwards, calling for deep structural changes to clean up the justice system.
For us to have a judiciary that gives confidence to people that when they go to court and what they get is justice, not judgment. That gives confidence that the courts are there to do the right thing and set the right tone for the society.
Where lawyers can see that their duty, primary duty, is to discover the truth in any litigation, is to do justice to all manner of people.
For a profession that's usually cautious about change, the objective is charting a new path forward.
Every lawyer needs to reform himself, if not he will be lagging behind.
So we want to practicalize it. We want to call upon society to see that there is reality. We shouldn't just talk about justice.
The agenda focuses on core legal and social challenges.
Lawyers need to change, and we need to change because I'm also a lawyer in this country. That is the hallmark. That is the most significance of this year's Law Week.
The legal community agrees that the reformed judiciary remains the ultimate shield for the common citizen. Chika Udemko, AIT News, Gombe.
President Bola Tinubu has reiterated his conviction that the judiciary in Nigeria is truly independent, saying that recent efforts by his administration are aimed at strengthening that autonomy through tangible support. Speaking at the commissioning of the 10 newly completed residential buildings for judges of the Federal High Court in Katankwe district of Abuja, the president, who was represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, said judicial independence must go beyond rhetoric and be reflected in the living and working conditions of judicial officers.
Wednesday's commissioning featured 10 residential quarters for judges of the Federal High Court, built and completed by the FCT administration. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu, said providing infrastructure and an enabling environment for the judiciary will strengthen its independence.
For too long, we have talked about the independence of the judiciary in abstract terms. True judicial independence is built on the dignity of our judicial officers. By providing these state-of-the-art residential quarters, we are ensuring that our federal high court judges operate from a place of security, comfort, and utmost dignity.
FCT Minister Nyesom Wike assured that adequate security will also be provided for the area.
All around these areas, I have told the ESFCD that these areas will be named Judges Zone. We have acquired every property around here. We don't want any other person to stay within this vicinity. There are those who built over 2-3 stories. I told them to bring it down, pay them compensation, but I don't want a situation where you are saying the top floor, overlooking where judges are living.
The Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Soho, noted that the project reflects how the three arms of government can work together for the common good of Nigerians.
Important to note with gratitude that this occasion marks a real and seamless integration of efforts across the branches of government, while maintaining the sacred principle of the separation of powers. The executive, the legislature, and the judiciary have proven that they can pull in the same direction for the common good.
Project commissioning in Abuja continues on Thursday. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
Let's take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more for you on the bulletin.
Online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
You're welcome back. Nigeria has taken the step in the long-awaited journey towards digital broadcasting with the official commissioning and launch of digital switchovers after years of delays and missed deadlines. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, who led the federal government delegation to the launch, says the digital switchover represents a major transformation that will stimulate economic growth for Nigeria and its citizens.
Switchover for Nigeria in the broadcast industry looked like a mirage and a project that may never materialize after years of delays, missed deadlines, industry challenges, including funding that has stalled the process since its pilot launch in 2016. 10 years later, the federal government has taken this bold step towards kickstarting the project of the DSO, one it considers critical to the future of broadcasting.
This administration recognizes that broadcasting remains a strategic sector for information dissemination, education, national cohesion, cultural promotion, and economic development. The digital switchover project is therefore not simply a technological transition, it is an investment in Nigeria's future.
That infrastructure will connect communities, businesses, institutions, and public services across Nigeria and beyond. And what many people may not know is that while we're doing this today because we own our own satellites, our president has also approved the investment in 2 new satellites.
The National Broadcasting Commission highlighted the bigger picture the digital switchover is bringing in its trail, equal and unfettered access to all class of Nigerians.
The big picture is far greater than technology. It is a national vision. A vision of a Nigeria where every citizen, irrespective of geography, income, social status, enjoys equal access to high-definition television, trusted information, educational opportunities, cultural expression, and limitless digital possibilities.
It's a nation-building initiative. It's a strategic investment into Nigeria's infrastructure, like the minister has said. It's beyond the 600 million naira opportunity we say that it brings. It's beyond the broadcasting we will deliver to over 40 million homes. It is beyond the jobs we will create for the advertisement sector, for the wider Nigerian ecosystem.
But what does the digital switchover mean to broadcasters who are critical players in this revolution?
The DTT is going to run side by side with the DTH. So it's going to be a dual illumination. And that for us is one of the gains that we believe should accompany today's event.
Beyond the fanfare of the DSO is a liberalization of the broadcast space, creating job opportunities through creatives and endeavors that will get better royalties from streams, broadcasts, protection of copyrights, reducing piracy, and increased revenue generation. The digital switchover is set to be taken to other states in the country for a complete switch-on date in December. Reluka Ogudele, AIT News, Abuja.
And to Kano, where in a bid to expand the reach of government activities and ensure effective engagement with residents across the state, the government has established a new digital and multimedia department within the Ministry of Information. Speaking at the inauguration, which was attended by commissioners and information managers, the Commissioner for Information in Kano, Ibrahim Waiya, said the creation of the department was informed by the growing number of digitally conscious citizens who actively engage on social media platforms.
From this building, government information and public relations messages have traditionally been disseminated through conventional methods, largely driven by print materials and paperwork, a practice that no longer aligns with the realities of today's fast-evolving communication landscape. With the rapid transformation of the media space and the increasing demand for digital content, the Commissioner for Information, Ibrahim Waiya, says the new department will strengthen government's presence across digital platforms and enhance public access to information.
The digital and social media unit will manage the government presence across all major online platforms, ensuring that the official voice of the Kano State government is present, active, authoritative, and responsive wherever the conversations that shape public opinion are taking place.
Waiya urged commissioners and heads of government agencies to take advantage of the new platform to effectively showcase government policies, programs, and achievements to the public.
The Digital Multimedia Department is your department. It exists to serve your communications needs, to document your programs, to amplify your achievement, and to ensure that the work you do for the people of Kano State is safe, understood, and properly valued.
The Forum of Directors of Public Enlightenment was also inaugurated at the event, a move aimed at strengthening coordination and collaboration among information managers across the state for a more unified and effective communication strategy. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
Now to the education sector. Millions of Nigerian children are missing out on basic education, and the warning is that this crisis threatens Nigeria's future workforce. Organizations such as the UNICEF and its partners say Nigeria can indeed bridge the gap through digital learning and artificial intelligence. As our correspondent reports, a local teenager is already proving how technology can change the narrative.
UNICEF representative Celine Lafoucré revealed that only 1 in 4 Nigerian children aged 7 to 14 can read or solve basic maths.
There are 10 million more who never get to school at all. And that's the reality that brings us here today.
The urgency is clear as Nigerian Learning Passport Coordinator Harold Ajine notes 1 in 3 children of school age are out of school.
And most of these learners, these kids on the streets, have never ever been in the 4 walls of the classroom. They have never probably learned through a device and so on and so forth. So this is actually totally new to them.
Some of our students who are using artificial intelligence to improve their skills or to assist their parents in generating forms.
Experts are now saying the solution lies in tech and artificial intelligence. 16-year-old local artist Ayo is already executing that vision out of school. Ayo taught himself to use AI tools to enhance his charcoal drawing with digital background.
I use AI to get the proper background I can use for this artwork. So, and to get more depth, in what I'm doing, maybe you've watched way more to focus on.
Experts at the dialogue agreed that scaling Ayo's success nationwide will require aggressive investment in the internet access, electricity, devices, localized AI content, and teachers training to save Nigeria's future workforce. Femi Amusho, AIT News, Ibadan.
Parents with children with disabilities or learning difficulties worry the most about how they will cope in the real world from their early development age through school. And their ability to adapt and thrive in learning environments poses both a challenge to parents, learners, and schools. A 3-year project designed to build empathy and mental resilience for children in inclusive secondary schools across the FCT has now been completed and is expected to help tutors, parents, and schools improve learning outcomes. AIT's Anyale Avotu spoke with the experts behind the study.
And the reason why people with disabilities should be treated equally without discrimination.
Over the last 3 years, the study has tackled big issues, from mental health support and clean water to running blood drives and targeted programs for deaf and visually impaired students. Now the focus is helping parents and tutors develop the social skills needed to create an inclusive environment for children, particularly those with disabilities.
We wanted to go in there and to getting the students to, first of all, having access to developmental psychologists and therapists.
Students like Munirat Mohammed and Salvation Oyama shared how the program completely changed their lives.
Speaking in public was so difficult for me, even to interact with my peer group was so difficult for me. I feel comfortable to talk in public. I'm bold enough to speak.
But inspiration alone isn't enough. Partners from the Leprosy Mission Nigeria pointed out the need for real policy enforcement to lift the heavy burden of caregivers and families.
We support children and young persons with disability, yes, age 0 to 25, in the areas of education, health, livelihood, empowerment, and so the likes.
For government officials like Miriam Yakubu, who is the Director of Social Services at the FCT Secondary Education Board, the next step now is how to make future projects even stronger.
But for the specially talented, I must confess that not much has been achieved in that regard. So we would love to all partners, NGOs, individuals, organizations, to come forth so that we develop it further, the digital literacy for the specially gifted learners.
The development initiative is now looking towards a new 12-month digital literacy and assistive education project for secondary schools in Kwali and Kuje. The group is reminding everyone that steady funding and strong laws are the only ways to ensure no child is left behind. Anyole Avotu, AIT News, Abuja.
Relief is finally on the horizon for victims of the devastating Mokwa floods. A groundbreaking ceremony has been held for the new resettlement housing project in Mokwa town. The project is a joint intervention by the federal government through the National Emergency Management Agency and the Niger State government. It aims to provide permanent, durable shelter for hundreds of displaced residents.
Victims like Nana Sani and Amina Abubakar, the commencement of work brings a mix of relief and urgency. State and local officials have assured residents that the project will meet strict quality standards and face no delays.
I want to assure you the quality and standard of the houses will be equal to any standard that you can see anywhere.
Displaced families are not left in prolonged displacement, but are instead provided with immediate access to decent, safe, and affordable housing.
We are anxious, we are desperate, and we are forward-looking to see that
these houses are delivered to us and handed over to the victims.
To prevent future disasters, Mokwa Local Government Chairman Jibrim Muregi also inaugurated a new climate committee. The team will drive local environmental sustainability efforts and oversee the ongoing 1 million trees planting campaign. Zachary Omale, AIT News, Mokwa.
And in Benin, the capital of Edo State, residents are excited over the ongoing road and drainage projects being undertaken by the state government. The enthusiasm was apparent during an inspection tour of the projects by officials of the Edo State Ministry of Works. AIT's Osarase Sado has more.
The site of ongoing road and drainage works has generated interest and optimism among many residents in Benin City. City projects are expected to improve access to communities, ease transportation challenges, and address flooding concerns.
Before this road, they don't pass them. But today we are happy for the speed of the job.
God bless him for this work when he can't do for us. So
I appreciate your good work that Okpero is doing in this community. Now we are happy.
Against this backdrop, officials of the Edo State Ministry of Works, led by the Permanent Secretary, Engineer John Obano, embark on an inspection tour to assess the progress and quality of the ongoing infrastructure projects. Contractors assure that work remains on course despite challenges posed by the rainy season.
We almost complete the hydraulic system. Earthwork we have done about more than 3.4 kilometers. Just that the rain is affecting us small, but we are still moving. People are happy.
Yeah, it's rather impressive, and we've been doing our own lot, and the contractors have been forthcoming in terms of responding to such a push through, and we are happy.
The inspection covers the Ramat Park flyover, ongoing flood control and drainage works, as well as several road construction and rehabilitation projects in different parts of the state capital. For many, the expectation is that the projects upon completion will improve connectivity and support economic activities. Osarase Sado, AIT News, Benin.
From Benin, we will go to somewhere in West Africa, where it is said that more than 200 million people across the sub-region still lack access to electricity, despite the region's vast solar, wind, and hydropower potential. At a 5-day joint meeting of the ECOWAS Parliament in Dakar, Senegal, lawmakers are exploring ways to close the gap and advance the bloc's target of increasing renewable energy share of the regional electricity mix to 48% by 2030. AIT's Iseme Ozekome tells us more.
In Dakar, Senegal, lawmakers, energy experts, development partners, and private sector stakeholders have converged to examine how renewable energy can help tackle electricity shortages and stimulate growth in rural communities across West Africa.
Every energy policy must explicitly incorporate the objectives of local economic development and gradients of energy poverty. We must therefore put in place appropriate measures to address challenges such as financing, technological transfer, and local honesty in rural areas of West Africa.
Speakers at the event highlighted Senegal's growing investment in solar energy, pointing to projects that are already expanding electricity access and creating opportunities in rural communities.
Distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, notre mission intervient dans un contexte marqué par un déséquilibre préoccupant entre l'offre et la demande énergétique dans notre espace sous-régional.
Held under the theme Harnessing Renewable Energy for Rural Electrification and Rural Economies in ECOWAS Region, the role of the ECOWAS Parliament. The 5-day meeting is expected to produce recommendations aimed at strengthening energy policy, expanding electricity access, and advancing sustainable development across West Africa. Itseme Ozekome, AIT News, Dakar.
From Dakar, we come back to Nigeria, and we're focusing on the governorship election this Saturday. The State Police Command and civil society group, TAF Africa, are ramping up preparations to ensure a successful, peaceful, and inclusive governorship election. While the police are equipping officers with advanced security skills TAF Africa, that's the Albino Foundation, as it was called before, is deploying observers to safeguard the voting rights of persons with disabilities.
The June 20th Ekiti governorship election just days away. The State Police Command is leaving no stone unturned. The command has concluded an intensive 2-day election security workshop for officers drawn from all local government areas. Addressing the session, the State Police Public Relations Officer and Training Coordinator, Sunday Abutu, revealed that the initiative stems from a direct order by the Inspector General of Police. The goal is to enforce absolute neutrality and professionalism on Election Day.
Necessary skills on how to handle elections security. This will make them to be masters of election security. This will make them to know how to handle issues when it comes to election matters.
Security analysts believe this timely training will neutralize potential flashpoints and guarantee a hitch-free voting process across the state.
Ensure that the conduct of men and women that will be deployed to this election is within the law as stipulated under the Nigeria Police Law, the Constitution, and the Electoral Acts.
On the civic front, advocacy group TAF Africa is stepping up the campaign for an all-inclusive election. The organization has trained and deployed 150 observers to track compliance with disability-inclusive guidelines at various polling units.
TAF Africa, we are deploying sign language interpreters, about 25 of them. That's the best we can do. And to polling units where we have persons with hearing impairment or the deaf.
Stakeholders argue that a truly credible election must accommodate vulnerable populations, ensuring no eligible voter is disenfranchised due to physical limitations.
Using technology to observe these elections and report the elections. So this technology, the TAF Disability Hub app, which we use for the observation of elections, we're not using paper and biro.
As the clock ticks down to June 20th, the combined focus on tight security and social inclusion sets a promising tone for the Ekiti ballot.
The Action People's Party, the APP, says the Supreme Court had effectively brought to a close the legal battle seeking the deregistration of the party, affirming the party's constitutional status and clearing the way for its full participation in next year's general elections. The party referenced the landmark judgment by the Supreme Court saying the Apex Court had dismissed an appeal number SCCV 248-2026 filed by one Mr. Blessing Elejuiba, thereby leaving intact the earlier judgments of both the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal, which held that the APP remains a legally recognized political party that has satisfied the constitutional requirements for continued registration and operation. APP, in a statement Wednesday signed by its national chair, Uchenna Nnadi, spoke against the backdrop of the latest moves to, according to the statement, resurrect the matter by another Federal High Court presided over by Justice Peter Lifu. The statement said the appeal was struck out on the 12th of May 2026 by a 5-member panel of the Supreme Court led by Justice John Inyang Okoro after the appellant formally withdrew the case. The respondents in that suit were the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the APP, and the party's national chair, Uche Nnadi. It said the Supreme Court's decision effectively put a final seal on the legal challenge that sought to compel INEC to deregister the APP on the grounds that it allegedly failed to meet the conditions stipulated under Section 225A of the 1999 Constitution as amended. The party noted that the Court of Appeal, which sat in Owerri, had in an earlier unanimous judgment dismissed the appellant's claims and upheld the decision of the Federal High Court, which found that the APP had met the constitutional requirements to necessarily remain a registered political party. The statement added that the Court of Appeal, that, quote, for the APP and its supporters, the ruling represents the end of a prolonged legal contest and decisive judicial confirmation that the party remains a lawful political platform entitled to appear on the ballot in 2027. The governor of Benue State, Hyacinth Alia, has appointed Matthias Agbo Omikpa as special advisor on rural development and community mobilization. A statement by the governor's chief press secretary, Teso Okula, said the appointment is in furtherance of the governor's commitment to deepening grassroots governance, strengthening rural infrastructural development, and enhancing effective community mobilization across Benue State. Omikpa, an accomplished administrator, according to the statement, who is also a human resource professional, an entrepreneur, and a politician, holds a degree in international relations from the Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, and has a diploma in personnel management from the Benue State University. The statement says that he brings a strong background in administration, political coordination, and enterprise management to the role which he has been assigned by Governor Aliya to perform. Investigators from the National Safety Investigation Bureau are now in Benue State investigating a recent Wadata crossing boat mishap, which claimed 11 lives. The Director General of the NSIB, Captain Alex Bade Jr., detailed the mission during a visit to the government house in Makudi, emphasizing that the findings will help implement strict safety measures to prevent recurrence.
Benue claimed 11 victims. Among the dead were a pregnant woman and 6 children. The devastating loss triggered the emergency briefing between security officials and the state government.
As the agency responsible for...
Head of the NSIB, Captain Alex Bade, revealed that over 1,000 Nigerians have died in boat accidents between last year and now. He blamed the rising death toll on obsolete wooden boats, overloading, and a refusal to wear life jackets.
As the agency responsible for transportation accident investigations, our duty is to determine the root causes, both operational, regulatory, environmental, and human, so we can prevent future tragedies.
The Benue State Deputy Governor Sam Ode, representing Governor Hyacint, earlier promised full government cooperation with the investigation.
We need a synergy between NSIB and Benue State governments. We need to domesticate your activities in the state here. We need your presence, to be stamped in Benue here, so that together we can work in collaboration to make sure that our waterways are safe.
Governor Alia has now ordered the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy to collaborate with the NSIB. The goal is to immediately fix critical safety gaps across the state's waterways. Dofan Aga, AIT News, Makudi.
The Nigerian government, through its Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, says it remains committed to cancer care and improving outcomes for patients across the country. The commitment was reiterated during the flag-off of initiatives aimed at expanding access to treatment, addressing social barriers to care, and implementing the Cancer Health Fund to support patients.
Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death globally, placing significant physical, emotional, and financial burdens on patients and their families. To address these challenges, the federal government has initiated programs specifically designed to provide timely medical support to cancer patients and remove obstacles to care.
For fellow Nigerians who are battling with one cancer diagnosis or the other, I want to assure you that the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is committed to ensuring that your diagnosis does not become a death sentence.
The fight against cancer cannot be won by the government alone. It requires collective action. I am encouraged by the partnerships represented in this room today and optimistic about what we can achieve together.
The government also called on organizations, philanthropic bodies, development partners to join in the fight against cancer.
The members tasked themselves, we all contributed. Now we've seen a massive show of political will by the donation of 50 million naira from the Federal Ministry of Health, the Federal Government of Nigeria to this fund. And the hope is that it will cover patients from 6 geopolitical zones.
So I want to use this opportunity to call on well-meaning Nigerian philanthropists, our development partners, to support this fund general state.
The implementation of the Cancer Health Fund and the Nigeria Cancer Control Plan 2026 to 2030 represents a significant step towards improving access to treatments and reducing the burden of cancer in Nigeria. Unikwojo Atta, AIT News, Abuja.
Workers across Nigeria continue to seek better welfare and improved working conditions. Now, labor leaders and the government have again stressed the importance of dialogue in resolving workplace issues. This was the focus of a retreat organized by the Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council, a trade union side held in Osogbo, the Osun State capital.
This time, members of the Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council trade union side converged not to negotiate, but to reflect on the journey of trade unionism in Nigeria and its role in advancing workers' welfare through dialogue, reflecting on the theme, consolidating social dialogue and industrial peace for economic prosperity. Trade union leaders at the retreat reaffirmed that the adoption of social dialogue remains one of the most effective strategies for fostering mutual understanding between employers and workers in the public service sector. The Minister of Labour and Employment, who was represented, emphasized that social dialogue remains the most effective tools for resolving industrial disputes and sustaining peace in the workplace. The retreat brought together government officials, members of the national leaders of the Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council, as well as other union leaders from across the country. Olatunde Olajide, AIT News, Osogbo.
And up next is sports, and of course it's the World Cup, where the first round of matches have been concluded. Lai Lawal is in the studio. Lai, Ghana 1-0 over Panama. That's the last set of matches in the first stage.
I mean, Ghana was almost, ending that match in a draw, not for the last gaps of goal by that player that gave them that 1-0 victory. And that makes it the second African team that will record a win out of the 10 African teams participating. Overall, about 75 goals were scored in 24 matches. Of course, you know that is the first time that we have 48 teams participating at the World Cup.
Okay.
All right, welcome to Sports Tracker. Let's start with the FIFA World Cup. And it was a mixed bag of 4 teams for football's biggest stars, as match day 1 of the 2026 FIFA World Cup came to a close. Idin Machi Isaac has a review of Wednesday's matches.
Who were left frustrated after being held to a 1-1 draw by a resilient DR Congo side. Despite dominating large periods of the contest, Portugal could not find a winning goal, leaving Group K wide open heading into the second round of matches. In contrast, England made a strong statement in their opening fixture, defeating Croatia 4-2 in an entertaining Group L encounter. Captain Harry Kane led from the front with a superb brace, reminding the football world why he remains one of the tournament's most lethal strikers. The Three Lions combined attacking flair with clinical finishing to secure a valuable 3 points. For Africa, Ghana produced one of the most dramatic moments of the opening round. After a tense battle against Panama seemed destined to end goalless, Caleb Urenki struck in the 95th minute to hand the Black Stars a dramatic 1-0 victory. The late winner sparked wild celebrations and ensured Ghana became one of the only 2 African nations to win their opening match. Meanwhile, Colombia overcame Uzbekistan 3-1 in a lively and competitive contest. While the scoreline suggests a comfortable victory for the South Americans, Uzbekistan pushed their opponents all the way and created several dangerous moments of their own. With matchday 1 now complete, attention turns to the crucial second round of group games, where qualification hopes and knockout ambitions will be firmly on the line.
And now match day 2 of the FIFA World Cup begins today in Group A and B. Czechia and South Africa will both be aiming to bounce back following match day 1 defeat when they face off at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Atlanta, Georgia. Both teams need to avoid a defeat to stand any chance of progressing in the tournament, having lost their first matches. The Bafana ended with 9 men in their opening day fixture, 2-0 against co-host Mexico, while South Korea came from behind to defeat Czechia 2-1. Now, a win for either Mexico or South Korea in the second match of Group A put them firmly in control of leadership position in Group A. Switzerland take on Bosnia and Herzegovina in Group B, while co-host Canada and Qatar trade tackles. Now, away from the World Cup now, Nigeria's top athletic stars will be in action this weekend as the country stages its 2026 Commonwealth Games national trials at the Yabatek Sports Complex in Lagos from June 28th to 22nd. The event will serve as the official selection competition for athletes hoping to represent Team Nigeria at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland next month. Among the headline names expected at the trial is Nigeria's record-holding shot putter Chukwuebuka Enekwechi, who will be looking to secure his place on the team. Also expected to compete are Fakorede Adekalu, Tyler Johnson and Ogundiran Blessing, alongside several other elite and emerging athletes. The National Sports Commission says the trials will provide a transparent and competitive platform for athletes to achieve qualifying standards and earn selection for Glasgow 2026. The Commonwealth Games will hold from July 23rd to August 2nd in Scotland, with Nigeria aiming to field a strong team capable of challenging for medals. And in volleyball, CNS Spikers, Nigeria Customs Service and COAS Spikers have all maintained perfect records on day 3 of the CGS Volleyball Premier League first phase in Abuja, pulling clear of the competition in both the men's and women's categories. The defending champions, CNS Spikers, made 3 wins from 3, defeating Sunshine Spikers in straight sets 25-15, 25-15, 25-17. After earlier victories over Defense Spikers and Nigeria Correctional Service. Nigeria Customs Service also stayed unbeaten, with head coach Adamu Jonah praising the team's consistency and preparation, saying their performances reflects serious commitment from management and players. COAS Spikers extended their winning streak to 4 matches with convincing straight set wins over NSCDC and Lifetime Volleyball Club, following earlier victories against Kano Pillars and Offa Volleyball Club. Assistant coach Chegun Abide described the win over the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps as particularly satisfying. Elsewhere, Nigeria Correctional Service bounced back to defeat Life Camp Volleyball Club 3-1, while Nigeria Police secured the second win with a 3-1 result over Ajashepo. Fire Service produced the standout comeback of the day, rallying from 2-1 down to beat Anambra Queens 3-2 after 3 days of action. CNS Spikers, Custom and COAS Spikers remain the teams to beat as the race for the playoffs places intensify in Abuja. All right, Shola, in the FIFA World Cup starts today. South Africa will be playing against Czechia. Yeah. And of course, you know what it is. If South Africa does not win that match, I mean, they will be coming back home.
That's true, because we all know what happened in the first match against Mexico, where Themba Zwane and Yaya Sitole sent off. So match against Mexico.
The team is already depleted. We can only hope that, I mean, they can just bring their A game and, I mean, save themselves some blushes in that encounter.
But let's not forget, before we go, that not a few of the African countries, unlike what it was before, like when an African country is playing at the World Cup, you see that support by other African countries which are participating, and even those which are not. But South Africa, probably this issue about
they're not enjoying any support from from the other African countries. Of course, we know what it is. The xenophobic attacks on the neighboring African countries is what is causing that particular one.
So we wish South Africa the best. It's an African country, and we hope they at least get a win in this match.
All right, see you on the other side. That's Sports Track. Many thanks for watching. I am Lai Lawal.
Okay, and I am Shola Jaisimi. We'll be back with you at 4 p.m. Nigerian time for the World News.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Nigeria's political landscape is already witnessing intense maneuvering ahead of the 2027 general election, even as the nation continues to grapple with pressing economic, security and governance challenges. In a development that has set shockwaves through the country's political circles, a federal high court in Abuja has ordered the
The stories now break online.
INEC to deregister the African Democratic Congress ADC alongside 4 other political parties over their alleged failure to meet constitutional requirements for continued registration. The affected parties are the Action Alliance, Action People's Party, Accord Party, and Zenith Labour Party. The ruling, which is expected to face legal challenges and appeals, has further heightened political tensions as preparations for the next electoral cycle gather momentum. The judgment comes at a critical period in Nigeria's democratic journey, raising fundamental questions about political inclusion, electoral reforms, the strength of opposition politics, and the future of multi-party democracy in Africa's most populous nation. While supporters of the ruling argue that it is necessary to strengthen the electoral process and eliminate inactive political platforms, critics contend that it could narrow the democratic space and limit political choices available to Nigerians. Beyond the courtroom drama, the battle for 2027 has effectively begun. Political alliances are being negotiated behind closed doors. New coalitions are emerging, old rivalries are resurfacing, and politicians across party lines are positioning themselves for what many observers believe could be one of the most consequential elections in Nigeria's recent history. Questions about zoning, power rotation, electoral credibility, party defections, youth participation, economic performance, and national security are already shaping political calculations. As the ruling party seeks to consolidate its hold on power and opposition forces struggle to build a formidable alternative platform, Nigerians are asking critical questions. What impact will the court's decision have on the evolving political landscape? Will the deregistration of political parties strengthen or weaken Nigeria's democracy? Are political parties offering clear solutions to the nation's challenges? Or are personal ambitions once again dominating the political conversation? And what do the early political developments tell us about the road to 2027? These are some of the issues we shall be examining on the program. Innocent Lagi is a barrister at law and former Attorney General of Nasarawa State. He joins us shortly as we discuss the politics of the 2027 general election, emerging realignments, judicial interventions, and the battle for Nigeria's future.
All right, do not adjust your TV sets. Yes, this is Jigsaw on AIT. I'm Oloyede Oworu. Remember me? Well, in case you don't, I'm here sitting in for Benga Aruleba, who's taking care of business elsewhere. And like you heard in the prologue, it's been a dramatic 24 hours or so in the Nigerian polity as the Federal High Court in Abuja definitely set the cat amongst the pigeons with the ordering of the deregistration by INEC of 5 political parties. Well, you heard all you had to hear in the prologue, so we're not going to do too much introductory talking because I'm joined in the studio by my guest, Barrister Innocent Lagi. Barrister Lagi, is a legal practitioner, obviously, and former Attorney General of Nasarawa State and a good friend of the House. Pastor Lagi.
Thank you for having me.
Great to have you.
Looks like a
little while since we've been on the same set.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
All right, great to see you. Now, I mean, how did you react to the news of the Federal High Court ordering the deregistration of parties? I mean, the matter had been on for some time, and there's a mixture of views of how they've seen it. Some of the people have said, well, the court did the obvious by ordering the deregistration of the party. There's another school of thought that says, well, look, they didn't actually do the obvious. There were certain things that were ignored before the ruling or the judgment was taken. What's your take on it?
I think we forget too quickly history. We forget too quickly what freedom is. We forget quickly why we're beneficiaries of democracy itself. We probably yearn for something else. We forget too quickly that unless we take responsibility, even the offices we occupy will be occupied by somebody else. It's a kind of unreasonable chaos I've not seen in a very, very long time. Unfortunately so.
Yeah, chaos is probably the right way to describe it, because there seems to be so much happening in such short spaces of time.
And unjustifiably so. You'll get my views when we get into the interview. Completely unjustifiably so. I mean, anything can happen. But then if the benefit we enjoy today as being leaders was born out of a process, born out of law, what happens if you burn out that law? I mean, we have people who are standing trial for trying to extra constitutionally take over this government, no matter how the case goes, right or wrong. Yes. And look at us. Somehow and you'll hear my views later, justification for what I will say right now. How different are we from the suspected coup plotters?
Yeah. Well, you see, the truth of the matter is that, is it a case that even we, the general populace, don't seem to know what we want either?
It depends. The general public will have a say. That's the point. If we don't have this next election, it will be a failure for everybody who has a responsibility to run, to organize, and to vote at these elections. So there will not be an insulation to anybody. I mean, if this doesn't go right, it wouldn't go right. Nobody will be insulated from the consequences of the failure of civil governance.
So I take that to mean that it looks as if there are some people that are just going out of their way to make sure that 2027 doesn't happen?
They did that during Abiola's time. I mean, we didn't expect that Abacha was going to be head of state. We didn't expect that Abiola was going to die. We didn't expect that Abdulsalam was going to be head of state. We also did not expect that a prisoner, Olusegun Obasanjo, was going to be pardoned, released, and then become president of this country. I mean, so much has happened in the past for us to sufficiently understand that with actions come consequences, you know. So I don't get it. I mean, the books are there for us to see. History is there. Not so long ago. Not so long ago. Everybody involved now or going to get involved in the next year was sufficiently alive and matured enough to know the issues of the June 12th election. I mean, if you don't know why Babangida came into power, that is completely a different thing.
Yes.
But everything after, for all the players right now, we were there.
Yeah.
Not as children, we were there as adults.
As adults,
yes.
Yeah. Now, some people are saying that the caging or the attempts to cage the opposition or silence the opposition is also why we are having this what's going on. I mean, the ruling parties have been accused umpteen times of trying to make life miserable for the opposition, and that's probably why things aren't going as smooth as they should.
I was born in Jos. I grew up in Jos, and the local beer is still called Burkutu. I know what happens when you bottle it and leave it in a hot environment. It bursts. I mean, for those that don't understand that with Burkutu, lots of us understand that with palm wine.
Yeah.
You don't box an explosive material. It will explode. Nigerians are very explosive. I mean, we all know we are. The government now was explosive as members of NADECO when we had military regime. I mean, that was a military regime, not even a civilian regime. The present administration was part of the struggle that brought about this democracy. I mean, if it doesn't know anything about itself, it should remember that we are quite explosive and we're across the country. Shewusani, Kaduna, and the rest of them, Labaran Maku, and their likes. We fought in NADECO. We understand distance. We know how explosive we are. We know we can be caged. Now, this is our nature. And we have gifted ourselves this freedom that makes us a little bit more combustible. Yeah. Because when we had the struggle previously to get to where we are, we didn't even have the provisions we have in our constitution. We never had this democracy. Now we have it. This is like putting yeast in a fermentable product. We are very combustible. I just don't understand the thinking. How do you box us?
Yeah. Okay, let's get to the decision of the Federal High Court. Like I said, there's been mixed views as to the ruling, and of course, nobody knows where this is going to end up at the end of the
Everybody
day.
knows. The court knows. INEC knows. Even the people that filed the case know. We all know. Believe you me, it's in plain language. Okay, let me see if I can just do something for everybody's sake. Let's look at the provision that these people are
referring to, yeah.
Yes, so let's just go straight to it. There is a provision in the Constitution that gives INEC power. And I get it, and I'm very serious when I'm specific about what the Constitution gives INEC. The Constitution provides power to INEC to deregister political parties. A one-year lawyer knows that you go to court when you have a cause of action. So what can possibly be the cause of action for anybody to challenge INEC under Section 225A? 225A is very clear. INEC shall have the power to deregister a political party under circumstances. The the responsibility of government in Nigeria is to protect lives and property. First, you go to Section 2 of the Constitution, is very clear. Are we protected? Are we prospering in this country? Is the executive arm of government keeping to its own bidding under the Constitution? Is the legislature keeping its own bidding? The question is, can you then go to court, reasonably so, legally, and ask the court to order a person to exercise discretion? Now, I want you to just take this in a bit. Section 225A did not say that INEC shall deregister a political party for failing to do A, B, C, D. That way we can then say we are going to court to ask the court to make INEC do the thing that the Constitution says it ought to do. That is not it. That is not what this section is about. Okay. That is not the case before the court. This is a case that someone went to court to ask INEC to exercise its own power. Discretionary power, because what that provision says is INEC has the power to deregister. It did not say INEC shall deregister. So
they could choose to and choose not to?
No. It simply leaves INEC with the discretion. And discretion means discretion. Even legally, it means that you have a say in what decision you take. You are not compelled by that section to deregister political power. That section empowers you to deregister when you have justification to do that. Justifications are provided thereunder. Now, it's a discretionary thing. If you fail to exercise that power, what offense will you have committed? If you can't be punished for non-exercise of discretion, you can be questioned on how you exercise that discretion. So that provision exists to guide INEC in the exercise of INEC power. The only person who can challenge the exercise of that, in fact, you cannot challenge an exercise of power that has not been exercised. That is possibly the key thing about this case. They are seeking for INEC to exercise a power that has not been exercised. So if INEC had deregistered a political party on its own, pursuant to Section 225A, then political parties or whoever suffers from it can then go to court and say, INEC did not exercise this power in accordance to the law.
Okay, so even if it has been made pretty clear that these parties have not fulfilled certain benchmarks in the area of
who makes it clear? Who is supposed to make it clear? Who has the power to make that determination?
Yeah, you tell us really.
The court does not have the power to make INEC deregister a political party because the Constitution did not provide that the court shall say on the justification by any person. No. The power to deregister is a discretionary power of INEC to determine whether it wants to do that or not. Now, the question is, who can or what law empowers even the court to ask INEC to exercise a discretionary power? That's the point.
So what is the use of these benchmarks that have been created then, like this 25%?
The benchmark exists where a cause of action arises when INEC deregister a political party. So if INEC, for example, was the institution that made this decision on its own, ADC, for example, then goes to court and say, look, the exercise of this power is not judicial. Judicial means that when you're exercising jurisdiction, you exercise jurisdiction in accordance with the law. Now, if it is not judicial, it simply means we have justification to show that, look, we have fulfilled these conditions under Section 225A, and yet we were deregistered. Now, can INEC deregister a political party outside Section 225A? The answer is no. So in the questioning or in the determination of whether or not INEC had exercised its power under Section 225A, the courts will consider those provisions. Not for the court to tell INEC to go and exercise its discretion because ABCD exists. It's not the business of the court to determine that. It is the business of INEC to determine that. It is not also the decision of a non-political party to even question issues that can become issues of dispute between political parties, not an individual. Because INEC does not deal with individuals. The entire powers of INEC and the communication of INEC and the activities of INEC is based on, the subjects of INEC's own function are political parties, not even individuals. Political parties will be registered. Political parties nominate and sponsor candidates. Political parties are on the ballot, not individuals. So there are no ways that an individual can then challenge the decision, the exercise of a discretionary power of INEC. To seek compelling INEC to exercise a judicial power. Discretionary power. You can challenge the exercise of the power, but you can't compel the exercise of that power. So this case is about asking INEC asking the court to compel INEC to exercise a discretionary power, not for INEC to do what the law asks it to do.
Yeah.
So if the law, for example, I'll go back to it, if the law had said INEC shall deregister a political party under the circumstances that are contained thereunder, the court can compel INEC to do that because it is then the duty of INEC. There is a difference between duty and discretion. So if the court, for example, empowers INEC to do ABCD, unless INEC exercises that power, you cannot challenge INEC. You can't challenge the power of INEC to do what it has to do. You can challenge INEC for doing or not doing what it ought to do. Now, so if it has a power, the question is, and it did not exercise that power, who suffers? The power has not been exercised. It doesn't affect you, it doesn't affect me.
Okay, so now, obviously, what you're trying to say now is that people are trying to actually force INEC into exercising powers that it doesn't have to exercise. However,
INEC is supposed to conduct a free and fair election.
Yeah.
We never go to court and ask INEC to conduct a free and fair election, for example.
Yes.
And we don't know how INEC will conduct a free and fair election, except, of course, if we're preemptive. So we wait for INEC to exercise its power to conduct elections, then challenge the elections whether they are free and fair. We're not saying INEC does not have the power.
So what's wrong now if with all that's happened, and when some say, hey, look, these parties have been bad guys, let's deregister them. Would they have done anything wrong?
No. It will have been exercising a valid, legitimate constitutional power if it does.
Don't you see where this might end up at the end of the day?
Can it do it at this time because it's a discretionary power? Will that be seen to be judicious? Is the question. And look, let's look at it. Does the judiciary even have a power under Section 6, sub 6 of the Constitution to make the determination that the Federal High Court did? Question is, what is the cause of action? The failure to exercise discretionary power? The court can ask INEC to investigate, for example, whether or not these parties complied with the provisions of Section 225A. You can seek the court to make review of facts that are there. But courts exist to resolve dispute between parties, individuals, and institutions of state. They do not exist to interfere in an independent umpire's discretion to do or not to do. It simply means the court is now being political, showing that it has an interest in the political system, which cannot be. The Attorney General of the Federation is a party, is a state party, and cannot intervene in the activities or the exercise of the powers of an independent body. Mind you, INEC is created by the Constitution not to be interfered with. In fact, the only review INEC can get will be from the judiciary. And it is not the review of INEC power. It will be the review of INEC's action. So causes of action before a court are based on actions that are either permissible by law or not permissible by law. The courts are not monitors to determine policy or determine what policy somebody who has the power to make the policy makes.
So if you were the chairman of INEC, how would you react to all this now, with what's on ground?
He was my teacher in school.
Okay. So you better watch what you say then.
I think, no. I mean, he taught us good law.
Okay.
If he reneged from what he had taught us, everything we then do going for, or we had been doing successfully so far, will then be a nullity.
Yes.
Everything we will do subsequently, we're still learning, will then be a nullity. He cannot. He knows better than I do. He taught me this stuff.
Okay.
He knows better than I do that he cannot be compelled to exercise a discretionary power. I also think that was why he filed the counter affidavit to say, look, we do not see that this party ABC have done this. Now, if you want to determine, for example, whether or not a party scores this in a state election, local government elections, which we all know what goes on. I've done a matter in respect of local government election up to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court had declined jurisdiction. In fact, it didn't even allow us argue it and said we had made a decision that litigating states elections end at the state's high court. The Court of Appeal doesn't have jurisdiction, the Supreme Court doesn't. Absurd decision, but that is there. Now, you get to also understand that the Constitution created state electoral bodies,
yes,
which is different from INEC. State electoral bodies are independent to the extent of conducting local government and councillorship elections in state. So it means the data for those elections will be within the state, and if INEC is not the body conducting that elections, how the Section 225A does not say INEC shall get records or investigate that election and determine who did what. Now, another question is, how do you determine this if the political parties did not even participate in the elections? What happened to those parties that did not even get any percentage and never participated in any political party? Are they covered by Section 225A? Now, the reasonable thing to do is to every citizen of this country has an obligation, duty under Section 16 of the Constitution to do the right thing, uphold the dignity of this country, uphold the law, and so on and so forth. Every citizen, not even institution, every citizen, no matter what office you are occupying, you have duty. The word used in the Constitution is duty, to do ABCD. One of it is to uphold the dignity of this country. So INEC chairman is bound by Section 16 of the Constitution to do the right thing. The right thing will be to tell the court that, look, I haven't exercised this power, there's no dispute in why or how I exercise it, and therefore the courts have no jurisdiction to preempt a dispute when there is none. Because causes of action are actually actionable actions that go to court. So if the cause of action doesn't exist, how do you then ignite the jurisdiction of a court when there is no dispute? I've not had a dispute with you. Somebody heard that I'm harboring intention to have a dispute with you, and he goes to court, and the court calls me and say, yes, do this thing so that you have the dispute.
Yeah.
Basically, that is what has happened. Now, the deeper worries about this action is the interference of the courts, in my estimation, to an electoral process, which infringes of the right of citizens to vote and be voted for. That section of the Constitution, I think Section 40, is very clear. You can form a political party and it may not even be registered. These courts have given judgments to compel INEC to register political parties. None of those political parties have participated in election. None of their fortunes have been determined by this election. The right to freedom of association and form political party has no proviso that limits it. So if we are reasonable, responsible, educated persons, we need to know that this doesn't just make sense. People want to associate, APC wasn't the best political party. ACN, NMPP, all of those political parties that merged to become APC had been losing elections to the PDP. They were never deregistered for that matter. And they became what they became from losing an elections. So why will you expect that every political party you have registered is going to even get that percentage? Or that must participate in any particular...
So you're not even a fan of these benchmarks that are being set?
What sense does it make? You want to win, and what happens? You just get something. Let me give you an example. There used to be a time when INEC was financially supporting political parties, funding political parties. I was a founding member of the Labour Party. We took those funding from the then INEC. What will INEC have to lose for a party that decides not to participate in any particular elections and just decide that, look, we are going to just develop ideology until such a point that we get our ideology accepted, then we participate? Or that we didn't do very well now because of ABCD reason, in the next elections we're going to do that. What sense does it make? Yeah. What does INEC lose? What does it gain by deregistering them?
But with all this, don't you see any reason why these benchmarks are created?
I'm having the conversation with you. Why will it be? We have too many, or we'll spend more ink on printing the ballots? Will that be the reason? Oh, they won't win an election. How do you know? That they didn't do well last time, they won't do. How do you know? Why do you want to intervene? You are a referee. I bring in a broken leg player. It's my bloody business. It's not for the referee to say, look, you will hurt yourself. It's not your bloody business. The player wants to play, he plays. Yeah. That is why it is an umpire. That is why it is independent. And independent means you exercise your power in accordance to your discretion. The provision of the Constitution is very clear. You have the power to deregister. And I say, yes, sir. And I do not deregister. Will you come to me and say, oh, why are you not using your power? It's because I don't want to use it. But if I exercise that power wrongly, you can say, look, I gave you this power and you didn't exercise it in accordance to how I gave it to you. That becomes a cause of action.
Not using it at all.
The government, every arm of government in this country has failed the government. The police is not protecting us. The military is not protecting us. Abuja is the dirtiest city in the whole country. Does it mean that the duty and the power to do this does not lie with the other arms of government? They do. Are they doing it? Do we go to court and get this judgment every time? Do we choose that the road be done here and not done here?
So with your explanation, it should be pretty easy for probably both INEC and the parties to,
I get it if a political party will go to INEC or write INEC and say, deregister this political party because of ABCD. Now, the benefit for that political party is that, look, I think this party is being crowded. But that was yesterday. Do we have any power or right or any scientific means of determining that what happened yesterday cannot improve today? that the party that lost election in the last elections is not going to win these elections. In fact, I think we are more worried that the ADC is likely to win these elections than the APC, like the APC did in 2023. And I think that is what they are trying to stop. And I think if that is what they are trying to stop, the courts should not get involved in trying to help them actualize that objective.
It seems so easy for the opposition to run to that line of argument. As soon as something seems to go wrong with the courts or something, they keep laying the blame on the
well, this is just victim blaming.
Yeah.
The law did not say the court can enforce a power. The courts don't have this power. I can tell you, and I opened this too. Courts have power to question, dispute, and action. Courts do not have power to compel somebody to exercise discretionary power. Bring anybody on board and let them disagree with me. It is a discretionary power. The power does exist. You therefore cannot question or you can contest the non-implementation of that action. That exercise of that power. You can contest the constitutionality of the exercise of that power. So if ADC had been, for example, deregistered by INEC, ADC can go to court and say, look, I have fulfilled A, B, C, D condition, and judicially, you cannot deregister me because the conditions for deregistering me does not exist for you to exercise that power. So even that power is limited to the occurrence of the necessary conditions to be exercised.
So this your line of argument covers all 5 parties, not just the ADC?
Everybody. Yeah. Everybody. In respect of this court case, in respect of this order, it covers everybody. The court cannot compel.
Yeah. But it looks as if the ADC must have been listening to you because they seem to be going about their business.
Maybe I was listening to them.
Because they're going about their business. They've named former River State Governor and Minister Rotimi Amechi as
because it's a constitutional
the running mate to
the freedom of association, belong to a union and belong to a political party of your choice is a constitutional right. It's a constitutional right. It can't be taken away from you. To vote for a person of your choice and to vote for a political party of your choice are also rights. So if you can vote and be voted for is a right, the conditions are that INEC has to do A, B, C, D. In this case, INEC did not deregister them. It is the court that is asking INEC to deregister it. Now, what is the business of the court in respect of the exercise of these constitutional powers? Because the whole thing goes to questioning what is the business of the court.
So if you're the political parties, it's simply a case of carry go.
Of course. Yeah. And I say this from the beginning. Where I have a right given by the same constitution, the moment you take away my rights under the constitution, I question your legitimacy under the constitution. So what is going on right now, we keep analyzing this case, is going to be a consideration of the legitimacy of the court action.
Okay.
Because right now it is not INEC that deregistered the political party.
It's the court.
Because it becomes an issue of looking at the legitimacy of the actions of the court.
The court itself.
Now, once the court loses legitimacy, you have a problem with where do you go in such scenarios. And we have lost legitimacy. Most of the institutions have lost legitimacy. The political party's own nomination process has also lost legitimacy. We're simply making this worse. And when you get to a place where the entire institutions, the entire process is illegitimate, how do you resolve it?
Yeah. Barrister Nag, I'm going to have to hold your thoughts for a few minutes. You're watching Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television. My guest, Barrister Innocent Lagi, giving us a good deal of enlightenment on the heels of what happened yesterday at the Federal High Court. The enlightenment continues after this break. Stay with us.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged.
Look, we are going to just develop ideology until such a point that we get our ideology accepted, then we participate. Or that we didn't do very well now because of ABCD reason, in the next elections we're going to do that. What sense does it make? Yeah. What does INEC lose? What does it gain by deregistering them?
But with all this, don't you see any reason why these benchmarks are created?
I'm having the conversation. I'm having the conversation with you. Why will it be? We have too many, or we'll spend more ink on printing the ballot? Will that be the reason? Oh, they won't win an election. How do you know? That they didn't do well last time, they won't do. How do you know? Why do you want to intervene? You are a referee. I bring in a broken leg player. It's my bloody business. It's not for the referee to say, look, you will hurt yourself. It's not your bloody business. The player wants to play, he plays. Yeah. I mean, that is why it is an umpire. That is why it is independent. And independent means you exercise your power in accordance to your discretion. The provision of the Constitution is very clear. You have the power to deregister. And I say, yes, sir. And I do not deregister. Will you come to me and say, oh, why are you not using your power? It's because I don't want to use it. But if I exercise that power wrongly, you can say, look, I gave you this power and you didn't exercise it in accordance to how I gave it to you. That becomes a cause of action.
Not using it at all.
I mean, the government, every arm of government in this country has failed the government. The police is not protecting us. The military is not protecting us. Abuja is the dirtiest city in the whole country. Does it mean that the duty and the power to do this does not lie with the other arms of government? They do. Are they doing it? Do we go to court and get this judgment every time? Do we choose that the road be done here and not done here?
So with your explanation, I mean, it should be pretty easy for probably both INEC and the parties to, you know,
I get it if a political party will go to INEC or write INEC and say, deregister this political party because of ABCD. Now, the benefit for that political party is that, look, I think this party is being crowded. But that was yesterday. Do we have any power or right or any scientific means of determining that what happened yesterday cannot improve today? That the party that lost the election in the last elections is not going to win these elections. In fact, I think we are more worried that the ADC is likely to win these elections than the APC, like the APC did in 2023. And I think that is what they are trying to stop. And I think if that is what they are trying to stop, the courts should not get involved in trying to help them actualize that objective.
It seems so easy for the opposition to run to that line of argument. As soon as something seems to go wrong with the courts or something, they keep laying the blame on the ruling party.
Well, this is just victim blaming. Yeah. The law did not say the court can enforce a power. The courts don't have this power. I can tell you, and I open this too. Courts have power to question, dispute, and action. Courts do not have power to compel somebody to exercise discretionary power. Bring anybody on board and let them disagree with me. It is a discretionary power. The power does exist. You therefore cannot question or you can contest the non-implementation of that action. I mean, that exercise of that power. You can contest the constitutionality of the exercise of that power. So if ADC had been, for example, deregistered by INEC, ADC can go to court and say, look, I have fulfilled ABCD condition, and judicially, you cannot deregister me because the conditions for deregistering me does not exist for you to exercise that power. So even that power is limited to the occurrence of the necessary conditions to be exercised.
So this your line of argument covers all 5 parties, not just the ADC?
Everybody. Yeah. Everybody. In respect of this court case, in respect of this order, it covers everybody. The court cannot compel.
Yeah. Well, it looks as if the ADC must have been listening to you, because they seem to be going about their business.
Maybe I was listening to them.
Because they're going about their business. They've named former River State Governor and Minister Rotimi Amechi as
because it's a constitutional
the running
power.
mate to
the freedom of association belong to a union and belong to a political party of your choice is a constitutional right. It's a constitutional right. It can't be taken away from you. To vote for a person of your choice and to vote for a political party of your choice are also rights. So if you can vote and be voted for is a right, the conditions are that INEC has to do A, B, C, D. In this case, INEC did not deregister them. It is the court that is asking INEC to deregister it. Now, what is the business of the court in respect of the exercise of these constitutional powers? Because the whole thing goes to questioning what is the business of the court.
So if you're the political parties, it's simply a case of carry go.
Of course, I mean, and I say this from the beginning. I mean, where I have a right given by the same Constitution, the moment you take away my rights under the Constitution, I question your legitimacy under the Constitution. So what is going on right now, we keep analyzing this case, is going to be a consideration of the legitimacy of the court action.
Okay.
Because right now it is not INEC that deregistered the political party.
It's the court.
Because it becomes an issue of looking at the legitimacy of the actions of the court.
The court itself.
Now, once the court loses legitimacy, you have a problem with where do you go in such scenarios. And we have we have lost legitimacy. Most of the institutions have lost legitimacy. The political party's own nomination process has also lost legitimacy. We're simply making this worse. And when you get to a place where the entire institutions, the entire process is illegitimate, how do you resolve it?
Yeah. Barrister Laggy, I'm going to have to hold your thoughts for a few minutes. You're watching Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television. My guest, Barrister Innocent Laggy, giving us a good deal of enlightenment on the heels of what happened yesterday at the Federal High Court. The enlightenment continues after this break. Stay with us.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
All right, if you're just joining us, this is Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television, and we're taking a look at matters arising from yesterday's Federal High Court judgment ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister 5 political parties for not meeting certain benchmarks. And that's what we'll be looking at since this program got started with my guest, Barrister Innocent Laggy. Barrister Innocent Laggy is a lawyer and former Attorney General of Nasarawa State and indeed a politician. Thanks for still remaining with us. Now, you were talking about legitimacy, and you were saying that at the rate at which the court is going, if it doesn't exercise caution, it could run the risk of losing its legitimacy.
As a judicial arm of government with the basics of checking and balances the other 2 arms of government. Now, when you have that, where do you go to? How and where are disputes going to be resolved? Now, and this is very difficult to say. The military has the duty under our law to preserve and protect this country. The police has, almost every armed force does have. Situation where if the court determine the case and the case is not based on law, nor based on reason, and people then don't have anywhere else to go to, you are creating a situation where there is a permissible circumstance for living outside the law. That's the problem we have. If I have a right under the law and it's supposed to be enforced by somebody and they don't do that, what am I left with? Where do I go to? And that's why sometimes when I hear appellate courts say they don't have jurisdiction, I keep asking the question, do we really have circumstances where we can, scenarios can exist that we can go outside the law? That there is a dispute that cannot be regulated by the state, and if the state loses legitimacy and has a limit of jurisdiction, it means I can live outside the state and outside the law. And what will you expect will happen when people are allowed to live outside the law?
That's anarchy, really.
Of course, that is what we are creating. So when the Constitution in Section 6, subsection 6, use the word that the courts have inherent jurisdiction, what that word means is that, look, inherent jurisdiction means you have a natural jurisdiction. Everybody understands that courts exist for the resolution of disputes. So if the Constitution gives you power to resolve all sorts of disputes between persons, between state and so on, and you then say, I don't have that, we have reached the limit of state, and we have reached the limit of law. And then it means you have no jurisdiction to determine how I deal with the dispute.
You do it the way you like.
Of course, that is what that means. Because when you have an inherent jurisdiction as a human being, is that you can think. So when you get to a point that says, I can't think, then you're no longer human. You become an animal. Now, so this is what you're having in Nigeria. The police have their own powers. Can they arrest a judge? Yes. The circumstances warrant themselves? Yes. Does the military have a power to protect this country? Yes. Internally, yes. Do they have to protect the institutions? Yes. Do they have the power to protect the Constitution? Yes. How is that power going to be exercised? I don't know going forward. But all the military incursion in Nigerian politics had always been based on some excuse of the failure of civil authority. And every minute
justifiably so?
It doesn't have to be, but then there had never been a coup that was announced in this country
for no reason.
We have come just for the pleasure of it. They had always have a justifiable failure of a civil administration to rescue the country. So now, when you have a situation where the courts cannot help citizens, the court cannot help to determine a just, free, and fair elections, everything is failing. The process that is designed by the Constitution to be participatory becomes determinable by a few persons or a judge sitting alone. That is the decision of the judge. So who makes the determination for the other institutions as when to take an action?
Yeah.
It's the same thing, justification. Why are we justifying this? It is clear. You don't have a power to compel INEC to do a damn thing. You can compel INEC to have an elections, for example, because the Constitution provides that before the end of this time, this number of days, you have to conduct an election. So if INEC is not prepared, you can go. If a person has qualified, done everything INEC required him to do to be registered as a political party, and the INEC fails to do that, the person will go to court. The court can order that, and it has happened. But you don't tell INEC, don't register this person, deregister this person. What's your business? What's the business of the court?
Now, you talked about legitimacy. When you were talking about legitimacy, you said it's a widespread thing, that institutions generally in Nigeria are nose diving into where their legitimacy is being questioned. And I'd like to focus it on the political parties, since we're talking politics.
Yes.
Let's look at how political parties are operated in a way that they seem to be losing their legitimacy because they don't seem to be giving Nigerians what they really want.
Yes, they're not. But do you blame them?
Shouldn't we?
How do you blame somebody without the basis for blame? The Electoral Act provides for consensus. Is consensus a democratic principle anywhere in the world? Absolutely no. It provides for direct primaries without providing a definition or procedure for that direct primaries. Does it make sense? No. The law created this chaos for whatever object the makers of the law want to do it. Now, we have all this chaos. The question is, can the judiciary also come in and say, oh, you can't make, the National Assembly cannot make such a stupid law? The question is, there are failures of these institutions. We just lack in the human spike. We think we are created as intelligent. We cook our food. We are not cows. We don't eat grass. We cook. We make fire. We bath. It's an act of human intelligence. Now, me and you, member of House of Assembly, Attorney General, ran for governorship, ran for Senate. Then if I want to conduct an election, I stand behind somebody and we line up, we queue up in 2026. That makes sense to anybody. When I can transfer money, I can speak with my children from across the world on just my phone. And I decide the most sacred duty I have in this country is line up one man behind the other. That is how intelligent our legislators have become in 2025, 2026. This is what they pass on to us. And then we come here and complain?
All right, so somebody should be held responsible. There should be somebody making these
Decisions
things happen.
are taken in our houses. Yeah. Decisions are taken in our churches, mosques, and the rest of them in our social events. How do we take them? More intelligently than we do in conduct of this outcome for people we choose as leaders. If our leaders think this is a smart thing to do, wait until they ask us to start walking naked. It's just a failure of putting the right people in the right places. It just doesn't make sense.
How big is an absence of ideology? Political parties not standing for anything. That's why it's so easy to move from one party to another. Makes no difference whether you're in party A, B, C, D. Changes nothing. Shouldn't the political parties be setting some yardsticks of their own?
All right, I'll tell you what my wife told me. I've been so panicked by it. My wife is of the view that we should not conduct elections. We should conduct, we should cast lot for who becomes the leader of this country. You get nominated by a political party, we put it in a damn box, we roll it over, and then whoever is picked leads. But with the condition that we will have to vote to determine our budget. So we determine what we want to spend our money on. Let's vote on the law for tax. Everybody vote.
Really doesn't matter who's in charge.
Of course, because this delegated governance doesn't seem to represent our intelligence. So we put a figurehead, and we don't have to let them campaign or do anything. We just allow God choose. Put their names in a place, roll it over, and you pick one.
And what you're saying is quite an interesting point.
I'm telling you now because I've been thinking about it, and I think she makes a lot of sense.
I've heard some people that have
we
said,
can then determine what kind of hospital we should have, what kind of
we can decide those.
We, the intelligent ones, because I think we bring in the rest of it to lead us, and I don't think they are really making the best out of, from what we are seeing, they are not making the best out of.
What you're saying seems to be in sync with what some people are saying. They're saying that this Western style of democracy isn't really cut out for us, because that seems to be what you're saying. If it's getting to the stage where we have to cast lots,
yes,
to decide who leads us.
The Westerners used to cast lot too, so I wouldn't agree with you that they had not evolved. To cast lot about our leadership is going way back.
Yeah.
But we had consistently, persistently told ourselves, and our religious leaders have told us, that we don't choose our leaders, God chooses our leaders. So we can at least try that.
But isn't this democracy, let's be honest, to some extent appears alien? That's probably why we're not practicing it properly.
It is not. It is not. It is not. We choose our wives. We choose the things we buy in the market.
That's not too difficult, is it?
No, it's choice. No, it's as simple as that. We choose everything else, and that is what makes us human, choice. We choose things. I choose the school my children will go to. I choose what is for breakfast. I choose what is for lunch. Why can't I choose who leads me?
Why can't we decide how we do that? Because it's like this Western style of democracy is telling us how to make such choices, not to make the choices itself, but how. And I'm saying, isn't this style of democracy kind of not what suits the average Nigerian or African?
I mean, you go to a shop and how do we choose what we drink? We taste them. I don't think it's different. Believe you me, I think there's a problem with us, and not for all of us. There's a failure of leadership in this country. I mean, we had a period where we had a president immediately after he was declared, may so rest in peace, Yaradua. First speech said, I agree, and I've also observed that the process that brought me to power was flawed, and I'm going to do something about it. So I will get some bad remarks for saying that the courts are losing their legitimacy. People will come here and disagree with me, absolutely.
And coming from a lawyer doesn't sound very nice, really, does it?
It has to be said.
Yeah.
Courts have no business in how INEC exercises its own power. Courts have every business to question the legitimacy and legality of the exercise of that power. Simple human intelligence. I don't even need to go to school to know that. So if a court is asking somebody to go and cheat, I don't want to cheat. I don't feel like cheating. Go and eat. I'm not hungry. I'm an adult. I eat when I want. Basically, that is what this judgment is about. It doesn't make sense, believe you me. I don't think it makes sense, especially for me as a lawyer.
Okay, looks, it seems that we're on the, can I call it the final lap in the countdown to the 2027 elections. What do you make of things so far, and how do you see the rest of the countdown going with what we see on ground?
We have watched football matches and players shake hands and everybody goes home. Umpire was good. It's just an outcome. We didn't play well. We had injuries. We burned out. We have seen matches that get chaotic because the umpire messed up. I mean, was it Morocco? Recently. The failure of that match and the chaos that followed.
Okay, against Senegal in the
we all
AFCON.
know what caused it.
Yeah.
Because there was a process that wasn't followed. The process, the rules were completely unacceptable. But we have seen many other matches that the outcome do not favor people, but the process and the officiating was correct. They accepted the result and they shook themselves. It's human nature. Humans intelligent. Humans are not any less intelligent now than they were before. So if I have a right, I will pursue that right.
Okay, Barrister Lagi, just before I let you go, let's get back to what transpired yesterday. Where do you see this panning out at the end of the day? Think INEC's going to have enough liver to tell the court?
I don't think I want to say that publicly. You have my words on it.
Okay.
There will be failures. If there are failures, there will be consequences that none of us will be happy about.
Okay.
I can at least go this far.
So you just think that they should just go along with what you said? Yeah, say so. They should go along with what you said.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I don't see how this will end well. I think the ADC has a right to participate in this process. I think if you take away people's legitimate national rights, you are not going to be treated as a leader of the people, or that the country represents, or that the administration and the institutions represent the ground norm. The law did not say courts can't direct.
All right, looks like this conversation is going to be on for quite some time, and of course there are going to be a number of developments.
It shouldn't be. I just hope that they resolve this. I hope that they have thinkers around them who will have the courage to say this won't end well.
All right. We'll be watching and seeing how things pan out, and hope it doesn't get to
even if we don't believe, we should start praying.
All right. Barrister Innocent Lagi, lawyer, former Attorney General of Nasarawa State, has been joining us to look at fallouts from yesterday's Federal High Court decision ordering INEC to deregister political parties. And for the past hour or so, he's been telling you exactly how he feels, and it's up to everybody else to listen to what you've had to say.
I think we should.
All the same, it's been great talking to you, and of course, we'll look at how things are unfold and probably bring you back to do further analysis. Barrister Lagi,
I'll be honored. Thanks for having me.
Many thanks for joining us on Jigsaw. Well, that's the program for today. Many thanks for being a part of it. Like I said, I'm Oloyede, standing in for Benga Arileba. Join us for a fresh edition of the program on Thursday. Bye for now.
Lupus is often called the invisible illness. For many people living with the condition, the symptoms are not always obvious, but the impact can be life-changing. Hello and welcome to Health Digest, your go-to program for timely, relevant, and people-focused health conversations. I am Ukeme Etukwa. On the program today, we explore the realities, challenges, and common misconceptions of living with lupus today. And on this episode, you don't just hear the conversations, you get the scoop right here from some of the warriors that live it every single day. Take a look.
I'm a lupus warrior. Of course, I'm in chronic pain every moment, but I don't look it.
I'm a lupus warrior. Our medications are quite on the high side. People say lupus is the rich man's sickness, but I don't believe it. Even the rich, we are crying. The medications are expensive. They are very, very expensive, depending on what you take.
I'm a lupus warrior. Of course, I see different types of doctors. The rheumatologist, dermatologist, orthopedic surgeon, cardiologist, and nephrologist.
I hope you enjoyed that. Yes, that's just the tip of the iceberg. We hear more from them on our Chat with the Expert segment. But first, let's begin with today's health news.
The Akopedi Primary Health Center sits tucked away in this rural community, miles from the state's capital, Uyo. For years, residents say this facility existed only in name, paralyzed by poor infrastructure and skeletal services. But today, the narrative is shifting. The center has come alive, operating 24 hours a day to provide critical care. Inside, the turnaround is visible. Solar panels guarantee uninterrupted power, and clean water flows through the facility. The laboratory is fully operational, even providing specialized tuberculosis testing.
All the sample that comes in must be documented, analyzed, results sent back to the appropriate unit for follow-up. And of course, we also have the TB lab. We do TB as well. Aside from the issue of personnel, where we are supposed to have more hands to make the work easy. But the current situation, we are running short of personnel. As it stands, I work here, I also handle the PCR. Some of our machines that were supplied by the primary health agency cannot carry the solar we have. Like you see, all these machines are supposed to be used. But the fears we have now is that if you use them with the solar, it can break down the solar.
At the pharmacy, well-stocked shelves replace the empty cabinets of the past, drastically cutting down the time patients spend waiting for medication.
Anytime I'm getting sick, or I get sick rather, I come here to get my treatment because here I see one of the best place for treatment. Everything about them is just good.
To gauge the real-world impact, we took a walk into the village. Residents tell us the proximity of the center is a lifesaver, especially for pregnant women and vulnerable children. For Deborah, though she had an antenatal at the facility, but she had to leave the community to her in-laws for delivery.
Since I gave birth to my first son, I attended my antenatal and my baby immunization completely there. They are very good.
I do go there for checkup. Even my family also do receive treatment there. Nobody has ever asked me for anything. Even if they conducted a test over there, I've never paid a dime.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays are the busiest days here, reserved for antenatal care and routine immunization. Management says weekly turnouts regularly exceed 50 children per vaccines, alongside 3 to 5 deliveries weekly. But this turnaround has also brought severe pressure. The officer in charge, Agnes Umong, tells us the center is critically understaffed, forcing the few available hands to work grueling shifts. Outreaches are crippled by a shortage of vehicles, with only one ambulance on ground. Furthermore, the facility remains largely inaccessible to wheelchair users and persons living with disabilities.
The center is very okay compared to when I came to this place. Because last year, people came from National for repainting of this environment and changed some bulbs. They changed some doors that was in wooden door. They now replace it with iron doors. And they also gave us the solar lights, and they put the planets on our roof. Even though we don't have staff, we operate 24 hours because some of our staff, volunteers, are living here at the facility. Even if other people go, those that are living at the facility will attend to people at any time, whether in the night, anytime. When I came newly, we used to run shifts. Morning people can come by 8 to 2 o'clock. The afternoon will take over from 2 o'clock to 8. Then the night people will take over. But now, no people to do that. If you come in the morning like this, you only know the time you are coming. You don't know the time you are going. Because you can prepare to go, then you bring a pregnant or a labor case. You will not go and leave that person. You have to stay and take delivery before you go. That is why I say you know the time you are coming, you don't know the time you are going. Because we are saving life. And any case that is difficult than us, since we don't have doctor, we will refer the person to where the doctor is at the secondary facility.
For the gains recorded at this facility to be sustained, there is need for the Nigerian government to address a shortage of health workers, provide more vehicles for outreach activities, and improve access for persons living with disabilities. These interventions could go a long way in strengthening healthcare delivery for residents of Okopedi and neighboring communities. Ogom Ezedimbo, AIT News, Uyo.
Still ahead on Health Digest, 2 major health developments making global headlines. National health agencies, including the U.S. Center for Disease Control, are ramping up surveillance of seasonal respiratory viruses, including influenza and the COVID-19 variants. As case fluctuations persist across regions, early detections, experts say, and criticals preventing outbreaks from escalating. On a lighter note, according to the research reported in Nature Medicine, scientists are developing a next-generation smart insulin that activates only when blood sugar rises, potentially reducing dangerous highs and lows. Early studies suggest it could transform diabetes care by making treatment more precise and automatic. Now to Outreach Edge, where we spotlight health initiatives making an impact closer to home. Access to sanitary products is still a challenge. It affects their health, confidence, and education. To mark Menstrual Hygiene Day, the Pad Up initiative took to the streets. The advocacy walk raised awareness on the need for better access to menstrual hygiene products in school and in communities. Period poverty keeps many girls uncomfortable, absent from school, or forced to manage their periods in unsafe hygienic ways. To change that, the initiative is launching pad banks in 4 schools. These provide safe spaces where girls can access sanitary pads whenever needed. The organization's goal is to ensure that no girl should be caught unprepared or made to suffer due to lack of sanitary products. The conversation isn't just for girls. The initiative engaged the boys as well, teaching them to become allies, showing empathy, offering support, and rejecting stereotypes that call menstruation dirty or shameful. Advocates say breaking the silence takes community involvement, education, and a shared commitment to dignity and inclusion for menstrual health and hygiene.
Okay, my name is Ashley Laurie. I'm the founder of Pad Up Africa, a menstrual sensitization initiative, and today we are commemorating the Menstrual Hygiene Day by working for PAD, an advocacy to enable access to menstrual hygiene products in schools and community. Today, we have over 1,000 students working with us, teachers and women. So it is a free gift for us to work for PAD. Thank you very much. Yes, we are going to 4 different schools. To distribute the pad bank so that any child can walk into a toilet-sensitive area and get their pad.
My name is Sheloka Chinazomi Luktif, also known as Locals Intercontinental. Okay, today being Walk for PAD 2026, we LISAT Initiative, we are here to support PAD Up Africa and other partners to support the girl child. LISAT Initiative is about the boy child. The boy child is here to support the girls. There are many reasons why the boy child should be here to support the girl child. There is this stigma on the girl child. Whenever a boy sees a girl menstruating or maybe sees stains, the boy child tends to make mockery, make fun of the girl. But no, we are trying to change the narrative.
Yes. For us, I think our message is simple. The plight of these young girls is enormous in the sense that many of them struggle month in, month out in order to, get basic sanitary pads. If the government can, do as much as they can to even make some of these sanitary wares free for some of these ladies, have centers across, have places across public areas where women that are in need of sanitary pads can simply pick what they need and go, and to make water and hygiene mandatory.
You're still watching Health Digest. Next is our Health Tech segment, where we explore innovations, discoveries, the things that shape the future of healthcare. Do stay with us. Japanese scientists have announced a breakthrough that could reshape the future of genetic medicine. Researchers at Mia University used CRISPR gene editing technique to successfully remove extra copy of chromosome 21, responsible for Down syndrome, from laboratory-grown human cells. Now, according to findings published in the peer-reviewed journal PNAS Nexus, the technique not only eliminated the extra chromosome, but also helped restore several normal cellular functions affected by the condition. While the research remains at an early experimental stage and is not yet ready for use in humans, scientists say it offers valuable insights into how genetic disorders may one day be treated through precision medicine and advanced gene editing techniques. Finally, we're here on our Chat with the Expert segment, where we get to hear from the Amazons themselves. Let's take a look. Yes, we're going to be discussing the topic lupus. As you already know, the month of May was the official month for lupus awareness. However, I don't think 1 month is enough for this conversation. It should be something we discuss every single day. Now, I'm not going to be discussing this issue myself. I have 2 of the most amazing women in the world to discuss this with me from the lupus community, and I'll allow the queens represent and introduce their crowns. And I'll start with the beautiful lady to my left. Please, what is your name and what organization are you with?
My name is Ejiofor Anita Chidimma. I'm from Mablevi Lupus Foundation.
Thank you so much, Chidimma.
Thank you.
And yourself?
My name is Asma Abba, and I'm from Mablevi Lupus Foundation.
Thank you so much, Asma. Now, for a lot of people, they still do not know what lupus is and what it's like to live with lupus. So, in very few words, or rather, let us put this on a clock. I'll say 2 to 3 minutes each. Just give us what lupus is to you, because there are very different spectrums of lupus for different people. So if you could give us a brief introduction, then we can get deeper into this. I'll start with you, Chidimma.
Lupus is a chronic illness. It's an autoimmune disease in which your immune system attacks the healthy tissues and organs in the body. It could attack the joints, the kidneys, the skin, the blood. It's anything literally. And lupus is an invincible illness, and it's an imitator of different illness. That's why it's so hard to diagnose.
And how would you explain the spectrum you have? Are there different spectrums? Tell us about your lupus journey.
Okay, my lupus journey. It's been quite a ride, yes. Like when I got diagnosed of lupus, unfortunately, it affected my joints, which affected my mobility. But there are some individuals that it affects their kidney, leading to kidney problems, while some it affects their skin primarily. So it just depends on the individual. Lupus is not just like it's not a one way, it comes in different directions.
Thank you so much. And Asna, I'd like to know, what would you describe lupus as? And I mean, in your own experience and journey, can you break down lupus for us?
Wow, lupus is it's an autoimmune disease. It's hardly diagnosed in Nigeria. Hardly diagnosed, because during my time, I was diagnosed in 2014 in Dubai. Before then, we've been going in and out of the hospital. It's either malaria, typhoid. There's this severe body pain. When you tell people you're not feeling fine, people see you fine, but deep inside you, you're not feeling fine. It was when we went to Dubai in 2014, I was diagnosed, and the doctor told me, write it, he spelled it L-U-P-U-S, lupus, you have lupus. I was looking at him, what's this? What is he calling? He was like, do you have children? I said, yes. How many? I said 3. How? I said, God. Because I didn't know if you had lupus, yes, for you to conceive would be very difficult. Because the medications we take, you have to stop your major medication, which is the hydroxychloroquine, before 6 months before you conceive. And you have to be under doctor's supervision all through that pregnancy. I didn't even know. But during all my pregnancies, I was like a mini mad woman because of the hormones. Yes. Because of the hormones. So it was, yes, it was really difficult for me.
The natural ones.
Yes, but thank God I have 3. And later on, after I was diagnosed, yes, I was diagnosed with lupus, but I didn't even take it serious because me, myself, I didn't even know the extent of the lupus. It was, sometimes I would take my medication, sometimes I won't take my medication. It was like I was just feeling as if maybe it's like hypertension or diabetes. I didn't know the extent until late 2019, December 2019, running into January 2020, when it affected my kidneys. Yes. But fortunately, I was very lucky. I got a very good nephrologist, Dr. Kwaifa. He treated me. I didn't even go into dialysis.
Wow.
Yes, I didn't go into dialysis.
I'm still trying to unpack the message here. First things first, congratulations on your miracle.
Thank you.
With your children, because explaining all of this can only be God. This can only be God. So congratulations first. And then the pregnancy period. because I know that, the body already has the hormones, that come through when you're pregnant, plus the ones that come with the medication you're taking. So I cannot imagine how that must have been, and not knowing what you're feeling. And sometimes, in Nigeria, we underplay ailments and the way our body is. So congratulations for being bold and getting the checkup. I'll get back a little bit more. And to you, Chidima, I'd like to know, so I've dealt with, or rather I've had conversations with amazing warriors from across different platforms and spectrums of ailments, and some of them that have things like sickle cell explain crisis. For your situation, what would you say are some of the things you have to deal with on a day-to-day basis or on a season?
Yeah. So you deal with chronic fatigue, you deal with body pain, you deal with headache, you deal with fevers, some experience mouth sores, some experience joint pain. I still remember there was a time I was in a flare. I couldn't move my hand, the whole of my hands. I was experiencing extreme joint pain, and I was just in the bed. I was so sad, but I obviously got better, thank God, because something about flares is that it gets better. It does
What
get
is
better.
the duration of the flares, and what is the frequency? Are there triggers?
Okay, the duration of the flares, I think it depends on your body. And when a flare starts, you obviously have to see your doctor. Maybe have a review on the drugs, on the routine drugs you are taking. Maybe add some new drugs, yes. And yes, flares has triggers. Like the sunlight, for example. Sunlight is very bad. UV light is very bad for people with lupus. Stress is a huge factor too. Also, there are some foods you're not supposed to take if you have lupus, because it can inflame your body and bring about a flare. So that's why people with lupus, you have to be very careful in terms of your lifestyle, in terms of your diet, protect yourself from the sun, protect your mental health, and take your drugs adherently, because not taking your drugs can also cause a flare.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I'd like to know, when it comes to support, how has it been, before we get to the organizational level, in which the amazing Megubi Foundation is doing a great job. Let's get to the other stakeholders in the support sector.
Okay, so in terms of support, my parents have been there, my mom, my dad, my siblings, they have been there for me. My friends have been a very huge emotional support for me. So obviously I cannot mention them when I'm talking about support, because it has been quite a roller coaster living with lupus. The depression, the experience, it was crazy. And also, I would also like to thank my teachers, my lecturers in school, because I had to defer a year in uni. So I had to let my school know. Would
you like us to know what school that is?
Oh, Bingham University.
And what lecturer that is?
Oh, there were quite a few. So I'm so grateful.
Chidima's lecturer from Bingham University. We all want to say thank you, and to all her friends and everyone that has supported her journey.
Thank you.
Muchly appreciated. Thank you so much for being my guest on Health Digest today. God bless you all.
Thank you. One final health update before our next segment. Now, new research suggests kimchi, a fermented vegetable dish, may help strengthen and regulate the immune system. In a 12-week clinical trial, scientists at the World Institute of Kimchi found improved immune responses and better inflammation control among participants, according to findings published in the journal Molecular Nutrition and Food Research. Before we continue, don't forget to stay connected. You can follow me on Ukeme on air on Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, and so much more, so that we keep this conversation going and you get updates, the behind-the-scenes content, and you get to communicate with me as well. Now, let's turn our attention to weird health stories, where we explore the unusual happenings in the world of healthcare. Here is more.
Can grief really break your heart? For 57-year-old Brenda Young from Scotland, the answer was yes. Shortly after witnessing her mother's death in 2025, Brenda developed severe chest pain and was rushed to the hospital. Doctors initially suspected a heart attack, but further tests revealed something unexpected, a rare condition known as the broken heart syndrome. Medically, Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. The condition can be triggered by intense emotional or physical stress. It causes the heart's main pumping chamber to temporarily weaken, producing symptoms that closely resemble a heart attack. Brenda has now joined a groundbreaking clinical trial led by the University of Aberdeen, where researchers hope to find the first targeted treatment for the condition. Her story serves as a remarkable reminder that emotional trauma can sometimes leave more than emotional scars. It can have real and measurable effects on the heart itself.
And that's our program for today. From raising awareness about lupus to community health initiatives, we've examined some of the issues shaping health and well-being today in Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us, and always stay informed, stay blessed and not stressed. I'm Ukemere Tokwa. Bye-bye.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Welcome once again to The Sage. As usual, as always, thank you for being with us. Without you, our journey would be a lonely one indeed. A few weeks ago, we took you back to a promise we had made, which was to keep you abreast of the progress of our Global Entrepreneurship Program through the year. And so within the past 3 to 4 weeks, we have taken you through the many things we have indeed already achieved this year. We've selected a new batch of entrepreneurs. We've put in place a strong team of facilitators